So, hello everybody, and welcome back to some beautiful WARNO League action. I'm back from my little trip to my hometown, and back at it for some WARNO League. Deutsche Bahn only got me a bit delayed today. They didn't get me completely cancelled. So, yeah, we're back into some action, and Chloride is joining me for some Div 3 quarter and then 2 semifinals, so should be good stuff here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at the Thaler map here already, like the divisional matchup here is going to be incredible. Like you don't get these 1/19th picks, not on this map at least, outside of some very deliberate and well planned actions when it comes to the higher leagues. And most players with the generous amount of picks and less generous amount of bans that the league gives them, a lot of people will just play their reliable meta divisions. They don't want to rock the boat too much. So why do you think, Protoss, that Fluffy Unicorns has chosen 1/19th on this map?
Well, Fluffy likes heavy divisions, and 1/19th is at least a heavy division that gives you some of those forward deployment options. It was the first pick into 1/19th, which is for sure interesting. Brunetta was the counter pick here. It was a Thaler pick into 1/19th, so that was a pretty deliberate pick into that division. He banned some of the more close quarter divisions with Black Forest and Stoneware there, but still picking Thaler and then 1/19th is interesting. You can see Fluffy Unicorn, 4th Divisio, and Knife Panzer afterwards, so that's pretty heavy divisions. On the other side, though, Flying Ryan playing heavier divisions as well, but Brunetta is an armored division. It is a tank division. It doesn't have endless amounts of infantry cards, but the tanks and the infantry it gets are both more on the more cost-efficient side of things. MX-30s and the 10 or 11 hit Fusileros that you get, and the Zapadores. So if the game gets into grind fights, 1/19th will have issues, and if the game gets into a flank just getting swarmed, 1/19th might have issues as well. But if they can use their special forces to get key positions and then shut down that push that has to come from Brunetta, then they can get into the point where TADBVs just can, and UDs can just lock down the whole map completely. So it's going to be interesting to see what Fluffy Unicorn can do with the division that has the forward deployment, but then does not have the numbers to really follow it up like you usually want to.
Yeah, there most certainly is like a level of scaling that 1/19th can reach, after which Brunette just can't really deal with it outside of AT planes and ATGMs, which are inherently inefficient. So if you have like 3 or 4 super heavy tanks and good enough recon, no amount of ATGMs is gonna beat that at that point. So a Fluffy Unicorns is gonna be locked into a pretty typical 1/19th game of doing mega aggro, trying to get as much done with the forward deployment opener, unlike an airborne division, which can do a forward deploy opener and just follow up by sending more and more infantry. Very few reserve infantry for this forward deployment here. We don't see Spetsnaz, which could still be there. So four squads of Spetsnaz can absolutely be very relevant. Even a single squad of Spetsnaz can capture one of these towns, most likely. But I feel like if Flying Ryan is able to compromise just one or even just one of these angles and start the bleeding early, I doubt 1/19th is going to be able to really get back on that horse. Flying Ryan is investing very heavily into forward deployment as well, in the form of recon units, the VEC-25s, AMX-30 recon vehicles, and Jinetes with their recon 50 cal transports, all of which have decent firepower, and as long as they don't get the OP Spetsnaz into 80 weapons range, they can safely dispatch of those. And as is probably the correct choice if you're playing the most numerous division and you're kind of doing a mech all in, they are trying to push into Gregory. Now, Gregory is a great place to capture, because you can basically just cut off the enemy reinforcement into the middle point of Dimitri and threaten the 2-point zone as well.
Yeah, the OP Spetsnaz here are going to be real key. If the recon infantry of the Spanish can find them, that should be an easy push through the north. If they can find a kill against an AMX, that would be a nice win. They only cost 40 points, so kill against a 95-point AMX here would be big. And with their great 21 penetration launcher, the AMXs can fall quite quickly. Side shots are always an instant kill, and even frontal hits deal significant amounts of damage. But in the middle, Flying Ryan is playing relatively defensive, wants to overwhelm the north. Recon Infantry is pushing forward to find the OP Spetsnaz. Next OP Spetsnaz unit in the center has been figured out as well, so both of them have to disengage. Good micro here by Fluffy Unicorn. Madredka moving forward as well, and the AMX-30 is getting too close there. Is maybe thought he killed that unit already, at least smokes off in time, but has to get the hell out of there. What's the northern flank towards the Gregory zone is going on. In the south, Spanish Recon Infantry pushing towards the OP Spetsnaz as well. That's the right way to do as well. You need to put up pressure on the flanks here if you want to push the 119th to breaking point. But the BMP2s and BMP1s rotating north. First OP Spetsnaz does go down. Second one still alive for now. The Recon Infantry is getting closer there. Well, MX-30s will spot it actually now again. Their Recon just good enough to do so. And so the OP Spetsnaz have to get the hell out of there again. Lepadoris will get through in the north. The Fluffy Unicorn here taking the engagements correctly, but Flying Ryan is also putting out the pressure that you need to push up. So far, the game is going as expected, and the next couple of engagements here gonna be the key one. AMX-30 does get engaged by the TADBVK, isn't disengaging on its own, so it does get killed there. That is annoying. It's not the end of the world, but it is annoying to lose your recon tank there in a really good spot. That might allow Fluffy Unicorn to compromise the reinforcement road towards Gregory in the north for Flying Ryan.
Yeah, I called that attack an all-in. I was mistaken. That's not an all-in. Obviously, just look at how solid the front line is on the rest of the map. That's just a standard attack. Meanwhile, down south, the OP Spetsnaz has been taken care of, which now leaves the Spetsnaz reinforcements without an AT weapon to face down two light vehicles. And as long as this BMR or VEC just gets in firing range, they can get a free kill on the Spetsnaz. Though, meanwhile, the Spetsnaz are gonna just eat the Jinetes for a snack.
Yeah, BMP2 here going to town there. BMP1 gauging now a bit as well as the AMX-30s try to get into a better position. There is an AMX-30E here that does not help you against the T-80s. It is a purely infantry support vehicle in this matchup, basically. It can help out against the BMP1s and BMP2s a bit, but even there it is not that efficient. So it's an interesting choice here. SU goes to town against the HA, but yeah, Flying Ryan's reinforcement road there in the north is compromised, and he has not reacted to that. The TADBVK always getting a shot out on every unit moving through, already getting the second kill here now, and Flying Ryan is not realizing that, which is surprising because he is microing actively here, but now his AMX-30s getting into the position there, getting shot by Conkers, didn't really deal any damage. Oh, this might end badly. I'm not quite sure what Flying Ryan is currently doing. He is obviously microed his CV up north, but loses both AMX-30s, and that's just losses he can't afford here right now. His northern position is basically gone for. He can't hold that against the TADBVK and the BMP2 and the helicopter, and even loses the CV already there as well. Yeah, Flying Ryan has to slow down, and that's exactly where 119 wants him to be. Might be able to at least put up the pressure now in the south. Lost the Recon Infantry there though, and might not be bold enough to push further forward. AMX-30 EM moving towards an OP Spetsnaz as well. A bit too little infantry here in general, maybe on the map for Flying Ryan. Not enough scouting going on. And yeah, the OP Spetsnaz here, a great investment for Fluffy Unicorn, buying a lot of time, forcing Flying Ryan into weird angles, especially in the north, allowing the TADBVK and BMP2s into the right spots. And currently everything is going well for the player in red.
Yeah, the like Fluffy Unicorn Spetsnaz OP division squads did exactly what they were supposed to, which was just slow down the mech attack, slow down the forward deploying mech attack, and make them play at the pace of the T-80BVK reinforcements and of the kind of really weak early game tempo of 1/19th. And there are some extra reinforcements that Flying Ryan is sending to Anna down southwest, while also keeping up the attack up in north, which I understand why it's happening, but because the Spetsnaz was spotted down there. But still, I think Flying Ryan is going to regret not going more aggressive or just laying off this attack earlier. Like the leader was killed by the helicopter simply because Flying Ryan just didn't have the unit, the AA unit in position. And the AA unit was not in position because there was a Rasvedka BMP2 that could have shot it with a Conquerors. And just the basics of the attack, the basic fire supremacy of challenging BMP2s didn't happen, and that's probably because Fluffy Unicorns has been able to just play this into a perfect concave and just remove the enemy's maneuverability and abuse the fact that the T-80BVK, even though the weakest MBT in 1/19th, is still the absolute top dog on the battlefield. But meanwhile, Flying Ryan is actually doing some weapons team movement, getting into Dimitri in the middle, correctly ascertaining that the enemy has invested a lot of their reinforcements, including aircraft, in dealing with this attack into Gregory. So now could be a time to start stretching the blob. Now, that's the number one thing fighting tank divisions. You don't want to fight the blob. You want to stretch the blob. Force them to go away.
The issue is still that he keeps on fighting in these terrible positions up here. He should just give that up. Should have retreated 3-4 minutes ago already, completely out of there. Whilst he still keeps on feeding into the grinder around Gregory, which could really backfire. He has brought around Infantry in the south to maybe scout out a bit more there, but the OP Spetsnaz, they're getting a VEC and an AMX-30 fed to it. Like, that is a massive issue. On this map, you just can't lead with vehicles, especially not against Soviet divisions, especially not against the Soviet division that has RPG-29s, but even against the normal RPG-7 VLs, you just can't afford getting hit by their RPGs. And in this scenario especially, like, you always have to have infantry in front of your vehicles. And that's something that Flying Ryan just didn't respect in the north and didn't respect in the south. And that led to his stuff getting shot in that corner in the north, and that led to his stuff getting murdered in the south. And now he is doing the right moves in the center. He just really has to be careful to keep up the attrition, but not losing more in his bad engagements in the north. He has to keep the attrition up, because if the enemy side can get 3-4 T-80Us with support online, he is in big trouble. But F-18's here now trying to get the Sky War online, so maybe some AT variants. Doesn't get the kill against the MiG-29. Su-27 has a lot of missiles, is failing to get the connection so far, but still has more missiles to come and will likely, no, not quite get the kill there, but no AA here to punish it in return. The M110 is a good unit here to get the important kills on stuff like the Spetsnaz. It's still currently, even with the +1, still big favors here for Fluffy Unicorn with the pace of the game.
Yeah, this is like for Flying Ryan, good engagements are basically infantry engagements, especially if the Guy Boys are involved. Just anytime the Guy Boys are shooting, it's good for Ryan. Now the M110 coming in here and is going to turn the time into an enemy of 1/19th, at least for the moment. Very important to keep up this M110 alive for the and active for the rest of the game, because this is literally one of the few things that can destroy the heaviest tanks around, brought in by 1/19th. The fighter planes being the second ones.
Milan 2 with a side shot potential, but great micro there by Fluffy Unicorn. Smoking off in time. Not getting hit there by that Milan 2. We have AMX-30Es here once more getting into the center. These are great vehicles in certain maps, but in general, I'm not the biggest fan of Brunette on this map. Brunette, its AMX-30s are so fragile, and there's so many ways that you can lose vehicles here on this map. So many weird edges where the enemy could maybe get infantry, maybe ATGMs, or maybe a T-80 that just gets close enough to one-shot kill you. So it's a risky business, and he didn't get the snowball online just yet. The M110 is trying to set up some more pressure, and he maybe could push through where the Spetsnaz GRU is, south of the Dimitri point, but for that, recon infantry or infantry in general would be necessary, and it's currently not there.
Yeah, this is infantry fights without like the mechanized support are the absolute bane for 119th. Like standard 2 big Fusilero squads attacking some weird Pulamechiki, Motorosvedka combinations that are kept up by 119th. Those are like bad situations because they force fluffy unicorns to just take their tanks and their helicopters and their planes and to spread them out on a larger area where they'll be less efficient. And right now, like fluffy unicorns here could be doing a horrible mistake if they actually try to face check the force of Flying Ryan. Like the siege here isn't getting into Gregory, but the Gregory forces are most likely not getting out of there as well. They're getting into really close range fights, and the Sublir now, though under ATGM fire, is getting very close. It doesn't get the shot off. It doesn't get the shot off.
No.
Veterancy helps them fire first.
Both tanks going down there. Whilst we have, both tanks going down, and now the TADU with the two, the TO-55, the TAD-BVK. There's nothing here to stop that really, and that will likely just lead to a collapse in the north. Now, Flying Ryan has a couple of ATGMs there, but nothing with enough staying power to really contest the TADU for a long time. The TOW with the TOW 2 did get a hit there. The AMX-30 EM actually get a good hit as well. Kill here would be big, but the micro comes out just in time here. OP Spetsnaz pushing forward. Conquerors, TO-55, TAD-BVK all moving in, and the TADU does stay alive, whilst the MX-30 desperately tries to disengage there. And the TDU just needs to get repaired. Mi-24V coming up from the rear as well, as we have the Fusileros getting killed in transport here. Too many units that just died in bad corners where the enemy had line of sight on Flying Ryan's reinforcement roads, where he just got a bit over eager and didn't really keep the recon around in force. Maybe a bit too many recon vehicles for the map and not enough infantry. And with that, his north is in shambles, and even though he still has the center, with the two divisions that the matchup has here, like, you are supposed to snowball with 4, 5, 6 AMX-30s in this matchups, and there's not a single one right now on the battlefield, and that just means you don't have a shot of ever killing anything on the other side again, because now Fluffy Unicorn can just keep up the pressure, and whenever there is 1 or 2 AMX-30, go for the kill with his T-80s, and then pull out when they get damaged, whilst the MX-30s don't have that luxury of surviving the combat. C-15AT goes down as well. That maybe was the last hope here of getting some lucky TADBV kills with that. But Fluffy Unicorn jumping through all the hoops, getting the fighters up that you need to protect your TADUs, and with that, it just looks really, really rough here for our player in blue.
Yeah, when I said that I don't think 119th is going to be able to face check this, was before the Sublir went in and attacked. And I get it. It was a ballsy move on the Sublir spot, or Flying Ryan spot, basically trying to use the tank's movement speed to get close and get one shot of really close, and then probably escape, because that's the way to do damage to heavier tanks. But with the recon advantage being on the Soviets and the veterancy advantage also being on the Soviets, the tank didn't even get close to shooting off. And I think if it had stayed a little bit further back, it could have been able to do more damage supporting the TOW2 and the recon tank. I think losing the Sublir there was a big mistake for Ryan. And now Ryan in the middle, Spetsnaz are getting into close quarters fighting here, and that's the only infantry units left. TO-55s will be able to fight off most of this, and there's not even any solid air defenses for Flying Ryan right now. There's a lot of this skirmishing, wide-angle fighting, basically, this constant small tension of conflict early on in the game, and the Spanish are generally really good at that, and because they can reinforce quickly, their infantry wins 1v1 fights, they got really quick and fast and numerous AT launchers. They can mass a fire support blob for any little fight anywhere. And despite this 119th just won even in those small skirmishes mostly. And I think it was because of Flying Ryan didn't commit enough to the Gregory attack and thus just completely messed up their own tempo. So when they tried to start doing this sort of skirmishing all around the map, that should have been happening while they were in a defensive position. But doing both that and also trying to force through the attack into Gregory, that was not happening. The Spanish tech level is just too low for that. You can maybe do that with like 8th Infantry, because then you have this stockpile of M1A1s. You unfortunately not with the Spanish.
Yes, and the air warfare here also just being mismanaged as well. Single planes against double planes on the other side. Fluffy Unicorn was prepared every single time there as well. With that, it's currently just an absolute massacre. Like, this is textbook 119th gameplay from Fluffy Unicorn. Getting into the important spots with your Spetsnaz and then playing defensively from there and keeping the important angles open so that you know your T80s can't be side-shotted, but maybe getting 1 or 2 important shots onto the enemy reinforcement roads, getting them off their tempo, and then just, once you get enough force, just relentlessly grinding the enemy down. The double kill against the MX-30 EM2 basically was the GG moment here for the Northern push, and Flying Ryan, instead of realizing that this was the moment when he should have absolutely for sure retreated, likely already should have not sent the 2 MX-30s there in the first place, he kept on doubling down, and with that just exhausted all his forces to the point where he just didn't have anything to deal with the tanks here. And yeah, just too little infantry for a map that needs infantry really, really desperately.
Yeah, and if you're going to invest into those like VEC 25 attacks early on, just try to get at least like one of those to get into the enemy backlines. Like just get a 1 or 2 kills. You can mess up. You can even shoot down a supply helicopter really quickly. You're probably going to force the enemy to buy something that they didn't want to buy at that moment to deal with your backline harassment. It's all those small little details, and like 1/19th is especially vulnerable to that because they are like so rigid in playing them, and so like messing up 1/19th would be the opposite of this game, in which if you just look at the T80 BVK and you can just see how it's a story of tragedy really at that point. Not to mention the Mi-24V, which was also like incredible value. Like the Mi-24V was used very well to take exactly the engagements that needed to be taken, and then not doing any risks with it. And that's their way to use something like the Mi-24V rocket, which has a small number of very effective heavy rockets, as well as a small number of very good long-range ATGMs. So you basically, it's the main character. I personally, I like to have them on a hotkey. So I always, when I give them the command, I immediately shift-click the retreat command. So they will attack, and then whenever they stop attacking, they don't hang around, but they always escape. That's the kind of stuff that makes helicopters great in the front line.
Yeah, and Fluffy Unicorn also really putting in the grind this season, and you can see it. Like, they practiced those heavy divisions over 130 ranked games already. 77% win rate. That's 10% jump from where they were when they signed up for the league. Like, that's why they started in Division 3 here. Like, with the current rank 27 and so on, they are clearly on a good way to Division 2. They still need 2 wins here. Flying Ryan has played good group stage, but it will be a tough game number 2 here for them, as Fluffy Unicorn just seems to be really, really strong right now, and absolutely eyeing towards that Division 2 participation for next season. So it's going to be interesting if Flying Ryan can have a shot in a different matchup, or Fluffy Unicorn just keeps on stomping through here towards the semifinal. Quick break, guys, and then we're going to be back with game number 2, Fluffy Unicorn versus Flying Ryan. So here we return Flying Ryan versus Fluffy Unicorns, and we are on Omen, which should be an interesting matchup here as well. But before we jump in, quick shout out, guys, to the Matcherino page where you can help out funding this whole shebang with even just helping us funding it with one click, adding 25 cents to the prize pool. All you have to do is click the claim code button, and then the money will be paid into the prize pool by Matcherino themselves, who helps us crowdfunding this whole event. And you can do so via the link in the chat right now. So that's the easiest way of supporting the tournament directly. And thanks to your support, the prize pool for the third division is now $20 as well, as we just got over the $400 threshold. And oh, I just absolutely messed that up because I'm still forwarding quickly, so I have to restart. I was still at 10 times speed. Eight test. Yeah, we're going back to 4 minute 30 in the opener, and yeah, we'll be back in a second. Oh yeah. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Okay, now we're at 1 time speed, guys, as Fluffy Unicorn and Flying Ryan will get into each other here with the first UK on the left side, 4th Divisia on the right side here. And this should be a really interesting one. As Omen, usually not the map for either of these divisions, as they don't really have the best skirmishing infantry for the sides, and 4th Divisia doesn't even have great IVs for the open fields, so they have some good tanks, they have some autocannons that can help out, and they have some decent infantry, but not the greatest. On the other side, the British have a bit of forward deployment, which can be helpful, and they have good IVs, but they don't have any good infantry inside of their infantry tab, and their tanks are not optimal for the shorter ranges either. So this should be an interesting matchup. I'm quite interested to know why either of these players picked these divisions for this map.
I think Fluffy Unicorn, I understand this being a proper counter pick against First UK, specifically kind of a tank counter pick. First UK having only challengers, Challenger Mark IIIs are the best, of course, but they get completely outgunned and outplayed around by the Leopard 2A force of the Dutch. So just wanting, and this is probably, this being a powerful division is probably something that Fluffy Unicorn is comfortable with. And early on in the game, you get the Leopard 1 and else, you get the autocannons, of course. So you do have, even though your infantry is weak and first UK's infantry is relatively pretty good, the like winning the actual like heavy gameplay war, getting those M110s out there, getting your single card of iHawks out there. I think fourth moto is a valid counter pick, and I think first UK is good on this map because the SAS Patrol and Para Rover Milan combo is very effective. You get these independent, strong recon units around the place. You can do forward deployment aggro if you want, but most importantly, you just cut off a lot of the early attack routes early on with the Para Rover Milan, and then you play a game of Warrior Upleak and Chieftain spam in the early game. And I think that's a pretty decent choice on this map, but I'm not sure if Fluffy Unicorns manages to like get the leopards out. Once again, we could be seeing just a permanent Fluffy Unicorn tech advantage, though not as massive as in the latest game. But I think Flying Ryan's strategy is really good against the more standard infantry division on this map, and in that way, the 4E might actually be like end up being a very good choice. Of course, if Fluffy Unicorns ends up playing 4E in a way that leads to a bunch of continuous infantry fights in which chieftains and warrior upleaks just get to keep firing, then of course the infantry fights will win this for the first UK. But number one, like if you're an intermediate level Warno player, the kind of stuff you need to start considering is what is the division against me and what can they do relative to my division, and to know if you can play aggressive or if you have to play defensive. And in that way, I think first UK can kind of gonna mix that up.
It's interesting to see javelins here being played because there are no real helicopters on the side of 4th Division. That's one of their big weaknesses. So bringing out manpads that are only good against helicopters is an interesting and likely not a good choice. KCT Vercanners here already occupying an interesting spot there in that building in itself, but the Warrior Oblique should be able to push them out there. We have AVRE and the Chieftain Mark 9 moving around as well to help them out. But in the north, Flying Ryan will come around with some Warrior Oblique as well. Might even try to go towards Alpha, as Flying Ryan has sacrificed the center position of Bravo completely, which Fluffy Unicorn has not really occupied heavily either, focusing heavily on towards the south, but is getting for free currently, basically, because Flying Ryan is not even scouting what exactly is in there, just keeping a scout on the complete defense. But trying to get rid of the KCT Vercanners now in the south, but they have to be careful that they don't get overrun by one of or two of the Leos. Chieftain Mark 9 here around as well. The SAS Patrol did disengage away from their spot where they could have maybe found the Leos, pushing towards the Warrior Obliques, and the Warrior Obliques not being behind the Chieftain but being ahead of it is a big mistake. It's a bit tough to micro the Warriors together with the Chieftains because the Warriors are the fastest ISV in the game. That's the Chieftains are some of the slowest MBTs that we got, which is really a bit annoying for the British, as usually you want to have your IVs in the mechanized forces behind your tanks. That's why the Warriors in the new 1st Cavalry are so great, because you can have them with fast M1 Abrams. And yeah, currently the O2A4B now coming around should smoke off there, as the Oblique can hit it pretty hard, but it can one-shot kill it in return. SAS Patrol here under fire as well, and losing both of these Milan 2 launching IFVs here, just like that, is basically Flying Ryan once more completely neutered in his attempt of flanking around the side, and hopefully he realizes it this time and doesn't send in more of his units into the meat grinder, because his Chieftain Mark 9 does not stand a chance of achieving anything there. Losing the SAS Patrol is painful as well there, but yeah, Flying Ryan just mispositioning his IFVs here, being a bit slow maybe on the game plan there as well in the south. Has a shot in the north where his scouts and SAS patrol together with the chieftains and the rover Milans can at least get a lot of ground around Alpha, and the lack of helicopters there will be painful for Fluffy Unicorn. Retaking that ground won't be easy, but in the south, Flying Ryan should go on full-on defense mode, because if he pushes too far forward here, he might just get overrun, just like in game number 1. It has eerie similarities right now to that first game.
Yeah, the Chieftain Mark 9, very importantly, is very vulnerable to infantry anti-tank. It's already very slow, so if it spots an enemy infantry unit, it's unlikely to be able to get away. And then it also has only 12 armor. And Chieftains, because they get even slower when they get stress damage. So they are, if you attack with those things and they start getting hits, that's going to be a very inefficient attack in most cases. And the one thing that the Dutch infantry can actually do very effectively is wield Carl Gustavs. And yeah, Flying Ryan scouts and Paraorvus are in a good position to start doing something with Alpha. I think maybe the Javelin buys were also inspired by the fear of early like freedom fighter attacks that we are seeing right now dealing with the Pararover Milan, because these things can come out relatively cheaply following up a recon helicopter. So there is a reason to want those there, but Javelins, of course, British weapons, so are not as good as the Stingers.
Yeah, the Javelin is terrible at shooting down planes because it is a guided weapon, meaning that it needs to be able to have line of sight and so on to the target hold the way through, and that just doesn't really happen against faster planes, especially. So especially against the F5s, it's a pretty useless piece of kit. You should not use it. You should invest in tornadoes and tractor appears in this matchup and never buy javelins. Like, that's a bit of a misusage here of the resources as well. Chieftain Mark 9 maybe could find a small angle here to get a shot against the layout, but no, it doesn't get it. And yeah, Flying Ryan here really needs to understand that he is the one on defense right now in the south. He is the one with way fewer resources down there. Has a challenger coming up, that is nice. Has a Chieftain Mark 11 that is on a weird spot on the flank there. It absolutely should move further forward a bit as well, but in general, he is the one that has to stop moving there and has to play the defensive game and yeah, force the offense in the north, which he is currently doing quite nicely. Otudo might find the warrior, might find the Chieftain Mark 9 immediately here. Okay, does not find the hit there, and he could use a bomber there. Like, his tornado bombers would be really good here in this matchup. O2 getting another shutout against the Chieftain Mark 9. Chieftain Mark 9 has 12 frontal armor, so it can survive a hit, but yeah, another warrior getting too far forward. The misusage of warriors is something that we have seen a good couple of times, not just in this game, but in a lot of other games with First UK, and it's usually the sign of people not quite getting the divisions to the fullest. Like, the warrior pleak is your damage dealer, not your frontline unit. The chieftains, because their gun and their fire support is so mediocre, have actually pretty good frontal armor values for their price point. So you want to have them being your frontliners, but because they're so slow, obviously it's a bit harder to do so. And the cluster bomber now just eliminating one of them is pretty painful as well. But yeah, if you try to use your warrior pleaks where you pay extra for that Milan 2 as the frontliners, you are setting yourself up for failure, especially on maps like this, where there's always an angle for a side shot from an AT weapon or so, and it's not looking good. Without the warrior pleaks, dealing with the Leo 2s will basically be impossible, and currently there's just none of them on the battlefield anymore. There's no real tool here to deal with the Leo 2A4s right now, and Fluffy Unicorn is once more playing this quite nicely by just letting Flying Ryan kind of impale himself onto his forces.
Yeah. One thing that Flying Ryan could do at this point, and this is one of those divisional knowledge things, they could realize that there is only a single card of Eyehawks in this deck, and no actually like excellent air
the cluster bomber getting great value, does get shut down. That's unfortunate, but yeah, Cheetah is a great piece of kit there together with the Stinger. But getting the Leo 2 and the Leo 1NL, that's exactly what you need to do with the first UK here. Spreading the enemy thin, maybe get an artillery around to hunt the Eyehawks when they shoot. And yeah, that's a way to victory. And then using your challengers together with warrior pleaks in the combined force and not using them individually. As I said, it is harder micro. It is something that you need to figure out, but you need to figure it out if you actually want to play first UK on another level, because the Challenger Chieftain combo, yes, it is a bit more efficient nowadays, so it's not terrible. You can play that. The Warrior Pleak, also a good piece of kit, but they only really start to click if you use them as a combined force.
Yeah. And as I was saying about the Eyehawks, we are now 10 minutes in, and the game has the front lines have started to form around here. And I think Flying Ryan is really leaving a lot on the table for not buying an artillery piece, even a 155, and just targeting those Eyehawks. The Eyehawks at 2 more are now being bought, because at this point it's kind of logical for first UK to start buying air, because they have a good air. They have the seed plane here. They already use the cluster effectively, but just the artillery is, especially when Fluffy Unicorns is misplaying this and does not have the transport vehicle to reposition the Eyehawk if it actually comes under bombardment.
Yeah, seed plane here tries to get the Eyehawk, but it is out of ammo right now and doesn't quite get the cheetah either. 2 missiles already fired. Moving around here to try to get the last alarm on target. I like the siege in the north, and Flying Ryan at least has kept a good couple more forces this time around alive in the south so far. 2 challengers here are a pretty solid defense, but has to be careful now with the Leo 2A4B moving into position here. And yeah, Challenger getting already stunned down, is not smoking off right now. Oh no, the first Challenger will go down there. Bedford does go down as well. Once more, Flying Ryan did micro here right now at that moment in the time, but not really having the correct focus. I believe he moved to Bedford, which got killed anyways, instead of smoking off the Challenger. Losing the Sultan there now as well. Like, not quite quick enough with the micro here, and against a high-level player like Fluffy Unicorn, who has grinded all season, who is really on top of his micro. You just can't afford mistakes like this right now. Like, this is currently not Flying Ryan playing bad for Division 3, but actually Fluffy Unicorn playing fantastic for Division 3. And Flying Ryan really has to step it up here, but it is looking tough for him right now. Challenger gets heavily damaged there as well. YPR is pushing in to find the kill there with the Ehrlichen by getting close enough. Leo 2A4 on the hunt here as well. As the rifles with the low 80s, they could find some value here. That's the right unit to move around there. But the Challenger does go down already. And now the Leos can just run away again. And the rifles get respected there by Fluffy Unicorn. Fluffy Unicorn always having the infantry close by. This is what Flying Ryan did lack in these engagements. So yeah, really a bit of a difference here right now in performance. As I said, really not Flying Ryan playing badly here for Division 3 at all, but Fluffy Unicorn really improved so much over the season.
Yeah, I think it is a kind of a larger strategic mistake not to at least contest Bravo, because you do have the better infantry tab, and even if with the rifles you're paying extra for the low 80, the low 80 is useful against the Dutch vehicles, and you guys have extra machine guns. You have 1 extra light support weapon, and you have way more of the cheaper tanks that are effective in infantry fights, and also very deadly against those Dutch infantry fighting vehicles. And also your warriors and warrior appliques provide you with way more ATGMs than the enemy, which kind of works well with these large long-range engagements that you could start manifesting around the middle. And just getting locked down into that failed attack, and then Fluffy Unicorns just completely now converges and is even mopping up the survivors of that attack. And here, I think Flying Ryan is pretty scared here, was floating a little bit of points, and bought a large force of tanks and ATGMs to counter this potential attack. But Fluffy Unicorns doesn't have to do that because Bravo is not contested. Uh, there is no need to push for India. Meanwhile, Flying Ryan is moving very, very methodically and slowly into the back point of Alpha. But with the forces around and the fact that Fluffy Unicorns is just reinforcing, uh, the, there's one wounded challenger, and it's kind of been locked there by a Toe 2, I believe. So this Flying Ryan most likely won't be able to reinforce this attack and to bring it to success.
Yeah, and yeah, chieftains here moving around in the south to try to hold the line there. And yeah, the northern push just doesn't have the supply anymore. The Sultan even running out of fuel there in mid-forest. And without supply already being there, he has bought a supply now to try to repair it, but that gives Fluffy Unicorn obviously the time to get the reinforcements online. He still has cluster bombers and so on for the Challenger and the Chieftain that are there. No artillery around either, and Leo 2A4 is now even setting up for a big push in the center. It's hard to see any way here for Flying Ryan, especially considering how different the engagement setups and the micro here in the end was as well. So Flying Ryan just would have to put on the performance of a lifetime right now to turn this game around, as Leo 2A4 is pushing the center. And Tornado in the sky here again could enable maybe more tornado bombers, but there are enough Eyehawks out now that those likely would get shut down again. 3 Eyehawks here in the center. Nothing was done against them. F-16 cluster here moving in to finish off the Challenger, or the Chieftain rather, that is left in the middle here. As the Tornado is actually pushing it back. Might find the kill there this time around, as it fires a lot of missiles and it gets more gun runs. Okay, yeah, F-16 goes down. Eyehawks here all turned off right now, expecting the seed plane, rightfully so. Good seed micro here on the side of Flying Ryan, but even better seed micro on the side of Fluffy Unicorn, not allowing the Tornado to get a shot off. Tornado flies directly over all the Eyehawks, gets shut down in return. Fantastic anti-seed micro there from Fluffy Unicorn. And yeah, Flying Ryan had to gamble there. Killing off the Eyehawks, maybe the last chance that he had here for getting a comeback. And with that out of the way, with the +1 still going strong, north reinforced, south in shambles here for Flying Ryan as well. And it just looks really grim for the player in blue here.
Yeah, with the Fluffy Unicorns attacks are such nicely executed standard 4E gameplay, where every attack has 2 cheap infantry units in the front line, KCT Verkeners hanging around somewhere nearby, 1 M113 CNV recon vehicle, and 1 Leopard 2A4C. There might be more also, but all of those elements are basically always used to their maximum. And the M113 basically acting and giving very good optics for the Leopard hanging around side it. And then the Natres, as we can see in the middle, keeps screening forwards until they find the enemy. And then if you lose the Natres, you buy another Natres or a Panzerwerkeners. And the Leopard is so quick and so reliable at killing that it can pick up, get a shot off, smoke, and leave, and just keep trading up based on micro forever. It's a great unit. Best tank.
Yeah, F5AHE here, moving in, killing off more armored rifles. More warrior pleaks have fallen. That's something that we even see in Division 2 and 1. Like when first UK comes around, people don't use those IVs well enough. They are maybe not needing them as much, and don't need to micro them as well in ranked. So it seems like people haven't really completely committed to that game plan and gameplay. Because back in the day, tornado spam and then a lot of warrior pleak spam for cheap, and a couple of challenger Mark 3s usually did it, and you didn't really use the chieftains anyway. But now that the chieftains are good and that the warrior pleaks are micro to a point where they are still fantastic but not completely busted, you need to play it a bit differently and need to play the combined arms a bit better. And it is as I said, it needs a bit of micro. It is not that tough after all. You just need to keep your warriors behind the chieftains, but it's still something that you need to adjust to, and it was something that Flying Ryan just didn't really do here, and that just is not something that you can. Like, that's the edge that you have. The warrior pleak is the edge that you have over the enemy IFVs that don't have any ATGM. Milan 2, fantastic missile against Leos, can one-shot them with side shots and so on. So giving that away like this is just basically surrendering the game to your opponent.
Yeah, Fluffy Unicorns here, playing even like in front of this infantry assault, just playing carefully, disengaging, moving the recon vehicle further back, and this is it
Challenger
is
Mark
really
3
nice.
going down here to the artillery as well, so he just takes out the key units that maybe could threaten him again, and just makes sure that nothing there gets big enough that Flying Ryan could just accidentally snowball. And Leo 1L even on a hunt here, recognizing that there are a couple of armored vehicles that he maybe could backstab, and Chieftain here luckily is showing frontal armor for Flying Ryan, so gets the kill there, as he already started moving that back and didn't reverse move it, but just moved it normally back. So Leopard 1NL gets killed. The flank idea here, last chance to try to now win over the center, that makes sense from Flying Ryan. Loses the tornado there though, and yeah, it's just too far behind here now. And once more, like, Flying Ryan played a good season, Flying Ryan has improved a good bit as well, but the Fluffy Unicorn here is just looking fantastic. Like, this could be a Division 2 playoff kind of power level right now, so this is looking scary for everybody else who has to face him here as well.
Yeah, there is no, like, every like action that I see, and I constantly am looking at the commands that are being given by the players. Like, every action is so like logical and methodical. There are no risks that are being taken, and it's nice to see Fluffy Unicorns like keep on playing the same way, not taking the risks, not going for it, not trying to go for broken in the game early. Just keep playing correctly. And taking good engagements, engaging 2v1 with infantry, engaging leopard against vehicles, not engaging infantry if the enemy has vehicles, all of these small little details, not flying your planes too far in. And as like Flying Ryan has built up the large mechanized force down southwest again, and earlier I said that this was kind of a bad buy, and then I was just going to call that this was a complete waste of units all around. But now that they are moving up, there is a theoretical possibility that these chieftains and centurions are going to get out there. But the leopards are already a leopard is already repositioning to basically stop this. And as long as a recon infantry unit can get around the area for Fluffy Unicorns, they'll be able to just snipe off the chieftains easy peasy.
Yeah, Leo 1NL here trying to ambush in the rear. There is a good setup in the center, more Leo 2s moving in, and if you have 3-4 Leo 2s that you can protect from the enemy tornado cluster bombers, they can just wreak havoc against everything that is on the other side. As I said, a couple of warrior pleaks with a couple of Milan 2s behind chieftains and challengers really could set up the pressure, but that lob of warriors just never really materialized. We have 2 of them in the middle right now, but not really behind any chieftains. Challengers, only a couple of chieftains, and those just die too quickly against the Leo 2A force here on the shorter ranges. So this likely won't end well here. Yeah, Leo 2 getting a first good hit. Next Leo 2 moving around the corner here. Assault Pioneers and Armored Rifles did move forward. Rifles could be fantastic in this matchup with the low 80s, but they never really got around into the good spots. The only time they maybe could have done some massacring of the enemy forces, Fluffy Unicorn microed perfectly against it in the south, so this is not looking great right now. Flying Ryan loses the Sultan as well, and I don't believe he has any chance of achieving anything of consequence there in the northern push. His chieftain gets overrun by infantry in the forest, and Leo 2's still all alive. His warrior peaks get too close, so they just get one shot killed there. And this likely is going to be the end of this game, as after this there will be no forces for Flying Ryan left to actually make any aggressive moves. Is trying it in the south now as well, where we have immediately an HE bomber moving around. Missing a bit, but Velcanner is moving around from the flank. Leo 2A4 still around there as well. Rifles or Pacific infantry, so the Leo 2A4 doesn't get ambushed by the Law 80 there either, as it looks really, really grim here for Flying Ryan.
Yeah, it's the Flying Ryan has got some infantry and gotten them into middle with only a single Natra squad representing the infantry force of the Dutch. But the single Natra squad, as long as they can just keep the enemy on their sides, will basically allow the vehicles to just move in and start doing free damage. The way to do that in game is that if you use the C key while an enemy unit is in a building, you will see a bunch of lines of sight, and then you can just check out a safe one and move your tanks there, and they will just kill the infantry unit at max range.
Yeah, M113CV and Leo 2A4B moving towards the south here as well. Ihawk does go down finally to some artillery, but no frontline left here for Flying Ryan. No tornado spam left that could maybe turn this all around. He doesn't have any infantry in the south either. Really, yeah, Flying Ryan just needs to focus a bit more on the combined arms, like keeping infantry in front of his vehicles so that they don't get side-shotted. And in these kind of setups, also keeping the IFVs in better positions. Like, they are not supposed to be frontline units on their own. They're too valuable with their autocannons, with their ATGMs. They are supposed to either be defensive units or engage scouted units. They are not the scouts, like, or the frontline recon by just fire unit to use like that. Tornado Cluster is trying to get another good run in here, but Ihawk, Stingers, and so on will just likely shoot it all down. First Tornado already down. Seat on the way out here as well. It does get got. And enough Stingers and Ihawks here around for the Cluster one as well. So there we have the GG. And with that, Fluffy Unicorn will be our 4th semi-finalist. And yeah, really solid season by Flying Ryan. Looking forward to see him next season. Once more, as has absolute potential still, but yeah, just got shown the higher level capabilities here by Fluffy Unicorn, who just looks absolutely on fire.
Yeah, Fluffy Unicorn just stampeded the enemy, and in both cases, the stampede was this like carefully considered, very methodical, armored gameplay, which I appreciate. I appreciate that the way to be like arguably possibly like the leading candidate for victory in Division 3 is not to like do the greatest all in aggro. Like that's like we all would have been like it hasn't happened, but like it could theoretically happen. The game could just really be boring, and people could just stack up all their tanks and send them down, and that there is no way to deal with this. But the game is in a good spot, so it rewards good impulses and good practices, which is obviously what the Fluffy Unicorn has to get to this level.
Yeah, and we're gonna go into a break, and then we're gonna be back with the semifinals for real, as we're gonna start with Mio versus Mike, and then we will see if Apple Cider, who looked pretty solid against Praying Wolf, is maybe able to give more resistance than Flying Ryan, or if Fluffy Unicorn. I mean, that just looked really convincing. So I'm scared for Apple Cider there, but Fluffy Unicorn maybe could be stopped there. We will figure it out. Quick break, guys. Then we're gonna be into Mike versus Mio here for the first Division 3 semi-final. So here we go, everybody. Mike versus Mio, and we have second Panzer Grenadier versus second Guard Moto coming up as our first matchup here in this Division 3 semifinal. As we have both of these players here coming into this with a pretty decent performance. Mio with a really close run against the Helen. The last game there was absolutely a tough one, but he played second guards there as well, and it's a pretty good division. Picks and bans here, relatively standard, but the second Panzer Grenadier getting through, so it was the first pick here for Mike. As we still have this mob hate here out of Mike. Interesting to see. I thought we had talked about this, guys, especially on Vertigo. It's not that scary anymore, but yeah, we have second Panzer Grenadier here as one of the top divisions. Second guards that got nerfed a bit around, so I'm not quite sure if it's as strong as people still make it out to be. Especially as a counter pick, I believe it's still a good first pick. I don't believe it's a good counter pick in this matchup, but we will figure this out. It's on the left side, second Panzer Grenadier here, moving in with no tanks whatsoever in the opener so far. So these deployments are pretty interesting.
Yeah, this is basically a complete infantry division opener coming in here from second Motostrelkovaya Divizia, and with the Spetsra Svedka being used, three of them, no, actually four of them, so all of them going in, none of them fortunately trying to do any kind of fighting duty, because the Spetsra Svedkas are way too expensive to waste in fighting, despite them having the shock trait. The ground surveillance radar is the relevant one, and with their survivability, they can actually like put out pretty nice coverage for the more expensive and the cheaper tanks of second. They get both of those. So this could be just a kind of learned super defensive, wanting to avoid contact with the Fallschirmjägers or any kind of Leopard 1 rushes. The Mi-24K, the recon gunship, is good at dealing with those kind of interlocutors. And with the rest of the deployment, I think Mio just wants to play this as slow as possible despite this recon investment. They just want to hang back and just wait for like a few T-72s to be around, covered by a fighter. Whereas Mike, on the opposite, playing the more aggressive division, and this map, of course, rewarding aggression with the northern area, Charlie and Delta, and also does give an aggressive player the ability to open up attacking Bravo. And the Fallschirm-Palamilans, powerful units, Fallschirmjäger Aufklärers also, but none of them are really used in like kind of balls to the wall infantry attack stuff. Probably the correct point. The question is going to be, with the fire support that Mike is going to have on the ground and Mio is not going to have, will Mike's recon find targets for those units? Can Mike actually start fighting early on, or is Mio going to be able to safely kind of build up and scale behind this?
Yeah. SU-15s moving around. The Mi-24K, if that can find some kills, this would be nice here. As stopping the forward deployment Fallschirmjäger advantage on the other side would be pretty big. But Mike is realizing that that Mi-24K is a possibility. And yeah, deploying the Milan 2 in the defensive spot, so no free kill there. BO-105 here, disengaging away from this as well. The Su-15 can't really attack it, and in Iltis, not really worthwhile assaulting here with the Mi-24K. Once the Zwillinge are closer to the front line, the Mi-24K has to be careful here. For now, can still be annoying here, but the Zwillinge are on the way, and if they get too close here, you might be in trouble. F-16 diving in, getting the kill, as the Su-15 gets the kill in reverse. Mi-24K still did its zoning, so getting the F-16 kill in return still gets you on a pretty equal footing there when it comes to the trade. Else we have the Spetsra moving in the north. Motra rotating around here through the northern parts of the map as well, but Mike with the way heavier investment into the north, so is fine with playing defense in the south. as if he gets the towns in the north, he is the one that gets the pressure on with the take here.
Yeah, I think Mike is like Mike's Jaeger Aufklärers are not even that, because the BMPs are not going to go up anymore. I'm just looking at where's going to be the first engagement. First engagement is probably going to happen now down south here. The Jaeger Aufklärers and the Spetsnazvedka are going to fight. Jaeger Aufklärer is slightly stronger, so it will win that fight just barely. There's also a Jaguar 1 going in here for the flank shot opportunity, which would basically render all of Mio's attacks here kind of obsolete. And Mike maybe wants to spot if there is a tank, because Mike, of course, doesn't have perfect information. There could be a tank right now, and I think this Jaeger deployment, this Jaguar deployment, this is all about kind of baiting out that tank, because Mike feels so comfortable in ruling the northern area now.
Yes, Spetsnazvedka here losing against the Jäger Aufklärers, as they're just one man less. The bomber here maybe could do a bit of work, but with iHawk and so on, you don't really want to risk that. Well, it's in the north, Modravedka and BMPs versus Martyrs and Panzer Grenadiers on the other side. Interesting little engagement. Conqueror is moving around there as well. Mio doesn't want to give up the north, so is investing there a bit as well, but not as much as into the south. News T-64 there arriving, and with the 7.6mm MG, with a BO-105, with 2 tanks, 2 Leo 185s, Mike should be able to win the fight in the north. So with that, it is a bit on Mio of getting decent engagements here in the south. And currently Mike is just refusing to take any fights there, which absolutely is the correct choice with his game plan right now.
Yeah, this is like second Tamanskaya can like scale way harder than the second Panzer Grenadier. Second Panzer Grenadier is not toothless. They get the car like Leopard 2A3s, which are decent, can kill and can fight main battle tanks, but the Soviet division here is just kind of designed to be a tank scaling juggernaut, where you can start out by bringing out the, your BMPs, your T-64s, your cheaper stuff, and then when you really need them, you bring out the T-80U OBR 1989, the most modern super tank basically in the arsenal.
Yeah, the issue is the other side has MR10s that can start hitting your OSAs maybe, and also maybe your tanks, and it has cluster tornadoes, which could hunt that down as well. You have cluster MiG-21s as well, so it kind of goes both ways, but the other side has iHawks and tornado AAs, so has the better air defense. And the MR10s really, together with the northern zone right now, like that can ruin you in the long game here as well. Second iHawk already in the way against the cluster MiG-21s, that makes good sense. SU-15 does get the BO-105 there, and a good couple of blue units got killed by Mio here, but the reinforcements here from Mike in the north are pretty scary, and Mio has to be careful to keep the cohesion there. His ATGMs are in good spots. That's for sure something that could save him here. Conqueror is now engaging against the Leo 105, for example, so Mike has to react, is reacting here, smoking off, disengaging. But we have Special Redga getting killed in the south, so the flanking around the south here for Mio not going to work out, which kind of means that he has to keep continuing taking the fight in the north, and has to hope that he just can get the right engagements there. Gets a Martyr, his Superior RPO taking good engagements against Panzergrenadier and Fallschirmjäger, so it's not hopeless. BMP2 coming in here finally in decent enough numbers that this might be stabilizing, but I would love to see a T-64 in the north. Okay, he is now bringing it up north after it started in the south. This is the unit that you need here right now to really have an anchor against those Leo 185s.
Yeah, this is the Pa-1. Oh no, the Pa-1 is not in range to actually attack the Belozor, and neither is the Lukes, but it's pretty easily spotted for any artillery that could be bought in maybe like 1 minute. The Panzermörser here is going to be able to cut off the Conqueror's launchers, basically allowing for the mech fire support to act way more reliably. And oh no, the munitions are actually way further away. The infantry is wounded and they're fighting the Saperi RPO, those infantry units are almost the only ones around. They need to be resupplied quickly.
Yeah, BMP-1P does go down there, but Valtramaker does so as well. Modvedga here, moving into decent position. Conquerors might find the Eyehawk. Oh no, the Eyehawk going the wrong way. Quick reaction there from Mike. It did unload in time, and the one cut 6x6 did not get hit in the end anyways, but that would have been a great find by Mio here. Big mistake by Mike there with the positioning, and his Eyehawk's still on the fire. It's an AA unit. It can be hit by ATGMs, even the towed ones, so the Conquerors there not hitting with the second shot is pretty fortunate. Gets a third shot though, and that one is a hit, killing off the Eyehawk there in the north, and that will enable the MiG-21s here to actually get around. Mi-24 maybe not as much with the Fliegerfaust numbers and the Zwilling numbers pretty high, but yeah, Mio giving a good fight here in the north and putting real pressure onto Mike.
Yeah, Mike here is, I mean, losing that Eyehawk is just it's just one of those things, you know, you can't really allow that kind of damage to start building up slowly, and you can't afford to kind of let that damage hurt you in any way mentally. Now, Guardazi take out the Leopard 1A5, a big mistake for Mike for not escaping from that forest when the infantry was spotted, and now the Jäger Aufklärer are also going to be taken under by the Guardazi. Guardazi, of course, get the Resolute trait, the Princess Diana trait, and it gives them a little, basically an extra level of reinforcement against stress damage, which means that they are very difficult to lower their cohesion to the point when their damage and DPS stops happening. So in practice, very good infantry, even with their kind of mediocre infantry weapon stats.
Saperi RPO engaging against the Panzer Grenadiers, the better infantry there for sure, so fighter support needed from Mike to assist his infantry there taking those fights. And that's really good news for Mio there, being able to keep the combat up. MiG-21 hunting the Sultan there, but not quite getting the kill. The bomb spread just a bit too wide, so the Sultan actually survives. Su-15 terrible for diving at helicopters because it does not have a gun. Will get pushed back. No tornado on the other side, but two M110s now on the battlefield. Both of them immediately starting aiming onto a BMP-2. And yeah, that BMP-2, if it does not start moving, will be in a lot of trouble. Yes, those M110s, even with mediocre accuracy, likely just gonna annihilate it.
Yeah, this is the reveal of this artillery basically kind of puts Mio on a timer of certain kind. At least it should encourage him to be way more careful about where the position tanks.
Tornado gets the kill against the MiG-29, 9.13. The MP2 does go down as well. The Mi-24 at least does survive there, being microed in the last second, but losing your high-quality fighter against the enemy high-quality fighter when you are the one without long-range AA, that's a painful thing. The Tornado bombers might now have an easier time against your T-72s, against your T-64s with their cluster bombs, maybe just bombing the whole town in the north, so bad news there for Mio. Is playing around south now with Guardazi and Saperi, is winning there right now because Mike just never reinforced it any further, and this is a pretty big investment into infantry here to set up this move by Mio, as the forces here do build up. Leo 185 does go down to the Guardazi in the north, so Mio keeps up getting some good trades, but if Tornadoes and M110 start to set up good shots now, this might still be a pretty brutal game here for player in red.
Yeah, Mio has basically the Spetsnazvedka and the Motorasvedka provide him with a recon advantage basically everywhere. Mio has the Central Citadel, which gives amazing spotting all around the front line. Mio has the like infantry numbers currently holding Delta up north, and also has the capacity to basically move in troops into Charlie or any reinforcements. And also with the skirmishing down south, Mio has gained the kind of attacking positions to get into Alpha, but in none of these cases really are they're like critical numbers of units. There's a one place currently where there's a critical number of units, and that is with Mike in this counterattack back to Delta, especially when you count the support of those M110s, especially when you count the reinforcements that are coming in here. The number of the critical mass of units could probably be built by Mio down southwest as well, especially with the mortars coming in and allowing the T-64 to start doing damage. But these Akatsias are now going to have to basically start doing like heavy counter artillery. That MiG-21 is it does not get away. Gepards, Swillings, too good. Yes. But even then, right now, like this is right now something needs to happen on either side, and both sides are just kind of committing into this slow gameplay.
Yeah, well, we have Mio doing the flank now in the south. The MiG-21 trying to kill off the Jägerführer again, but failing to do so. And now the infantry fights get assisted by the M110s, killing off another Gardetzi. The northern forces of Mio now lacking a recon unit as well, so needs to invest into new infantry units. Akatsiya is assaulting the south at the same time, trying to weaken the forces of Mike in the south as much on a similar to a similar degree, so that he can just move forward with his mod Rajvetka, and yeah, gets the BO-105 there. Gwadetsi just moving into the forest where the Jaguar just can't do anything about it. Saperia PO and another Gwadetsi setting up. The Pioneer Carl Gustav, when they die, the mod Rajvetka can just start moving forward as well, getting recon for the T-64. So both sides now currently once more try to win the flank that they have invested more into. And I like Mio's move here right now. Question is just how long can Mio keep the northern forces of Mike occupied and maybe even beat them on the defensive action, or can Mike achieve a breakthrough there and start flanking towards the south and the center of the map with his way more numerous northern forces?
Yeah, well, so far Mio's tank gets a kill and smokes off against the Pa-1. No anti-OSA is not close enough, but the E-Class are going to deploy and probably going to secure those, remove those BO-105s, and that'll keep the T-64 the top dog of this current engagement. Also, a T-71B1, nicely armored with for only 210 points, you get 18 armor. It's a good tank. If there was a recon infantry unit or even a standard infantry unit going into Charlie, that tank could probably start doing some real damage.
Yeah, and more Gordetzi reinforcements there coming in for Mio, but Mio also does great flanking here in the south. At the same time, it is Mike up with the point lead, so Mio is also the one that needs to do some moves here, but does not have a CV here right now in the south. Bellarzor is on the way, has more T-72s in the north, so wants to absolutely take the engagements up north as well, and is currently getting the kills. BO-105s going down in droves. That's somewhat bad micro there from Mike, but against the OSAs, it's also, and the Igla teams there, it's also not that easy to keep it up. But the more dangerous part is his loss of the alpha point right now. Lost the Gepard there, lost the Milan 2 there, lost his infantry there. Now a T-64 with some recon infantry together with a Conquerors team already in there. Jaguar gets pushed by Gwadetsi in the forest, which with the RPG-7 VR will just outright murder it as well. Gets to smoke off there.
No!
As Petra Dredka do go down to M110 fire in the north. And yeah, Gwadetsi a bit too slow here, so the Jaguars likely will disengage. Ihawk and Fuchs though in danger there as well. And could just push even more units into that area of the map. Ihawk and M113 only now start moving. Jaguar does go down now as well. So this whole southern flank is in shambles for Mike right now. And this is exactly where Mio wants him to be here right now, forcing him to reinforce there, and maybe even setting up a breakthrough whilst having enough T-72s in the north now to, with a bit of recon, be able to do some nice damage as well.
Yeah, the Guardetsi just walking through that flank uncontested, a huge like open door in Mike's defenses. gonna like target the Eyehawk next, and is already providing like amazing recon about what's happening where enemy is deploying. This is I would be pretty surprised if Mio didn't manage to kind of exploit this into getting back into the game. But meanwhile, I think Mike's positions, they like Mio has these two tanks ready to attack the northeast, and there are barely any AT weapons challenging them, yet those tanks are still not doing anything. And that kind of makes me think that Mio is going to win this engagement on the long term. Right now, Mike is still like wanting to play this as an infantry fight, getting the pioneers in there and cleaning up the enemy from inside the town. But okay, so now the leopard has been given a command to get close, but it's going to go in there, and there's going to be an enemy recon advantage. So and now the T-72s are coming down. Now they're going to engage 4-1. This is it. This is what I figured Mio was going to have to do sooner or later. Mike is bringing out the big gun, and this is a time when Mio basically shows the technological supremacy, shows how far the scaling has gone.
Yeah, Conquerors going down there in the south to counter artillery fire, but at the same time, the T-64s and T-72 numbers in the north now gonna be a real problem. Leo 2A3 and Leo 1A5 can be microed against it. There is absolutely a chance for Mike still in this game. He has the point lead. The tick against him is not critical just yet. The +1 is annoying, but it's not the end of the world. And he has the 2 M110s, he has Leo 2A4s, but MiG-21 cluster bombers. Ooh, find the Leo 2A3. MiG-21 HE not quite finding the kill there. Both MiGs will get shut down here, as the Gepards are on target. So in the end, that is a good trade point-wise, but it will cost Mike any chance of actually achieving a breakthrough in the north for the next couple of minutes. So he has to slow down a bit. His M110s are on the right target, but the Mio's tanks now already started moving further forward, so T-64 here has to smoke off. M110 artillery won't fire the kill there. Rapira does get shut down in the south, and Mio has to be careful to not overextend here, as his T-64 gets hit by two BO-105s again, gets killed. One of the BOs at least gets killed as well, but that's not a good trade here either. So Mio here maybe starting to lose a couple too many units, but gets the Leo 2A3 killed in the north at the same time. So as long as he keeps the +1, that will get him to victory here. Counter batteries, the M110s. Oh, one of them super low. And he finds the kill. MiG-21 cluster does get shut down on the way there, so both sides losing some of their top tier units, but the M110s there not being a double battery anymore, just being a bit too close to the front line. Vetzradredka exactly knew where they were, allowing the counter battery there for Mio. Ooh, this is brutal. Jaegers failing to clear the southern forest, as the Saperi RPOs here used really well as support around the map by Mio. Always a single one just helping out with the stress fight. And ooh, this is actually looking really solid right now for our player in red.
Yeah, this is like Mike's commitment into that one engagement, and just it took way too long, and Mio was able to bring out so many good numbers with those tanks, and there was excellent anti-air. Here, anti-air has paid off, but just not enough to actually secure infantry supremacy. The front line wasn't wide enough, and the attack was happening once again through this very small and safe passage, which concentrated them and made them easy target for artillery and bombardment, and also eventually made it easy for the tanks to kind of close that attack down. And Mike used a lot of resources to go there, but in Mio's, like right from the start of the game, Mio's heavy investment into recon has just slowly given him or them good engagements, shown them vulnerable units such as those M110s, as you spotted. Every recon infantry unit gets exceptional stealth, even the big ones. So an 8-man Spetsnaz can move pretty safely from one tree line to another. It's unlikely that they're going to be spotted unless there are units very close nearby, and you know if there are units very close nearby because you have a GSR recon infantry unit right there. And so using those Petrasvedkas, investing into them, slowly finding weak little slots of the enemy castle where you can pull off a brick, and then suddenly, something like that Guardezi flank can happen and just show you that the enemy is in a way worse position than you thought they were.
Ooh, T-72's there though, already got hurt quite a bit. M110 is now aiming directly on all three of them, being really low on hit points, as Mio now the one that makes the mistake with staying around in a spotted area. So this could be devastating. If those tanks go down, with the two Layer 2 A3s coming in for the north, this could completely destroy Mio's backline here and actually allow Mike to just run him over. He has a couple of ATGMs as well, but some of them out of ammo. So that M110 salvo, if that actually gets all the damage that it needs to get here, and the first one already down, second tank under fire, at least we'll get 2 kills here most likely. Oh no, maybe not. Last shot comes out a bit late. Okay, only gets 1 T64 kill. Area HE moving around for maybe getting a bit more damage done. As the southern edge, Mike has to hold the rear zone obviously, but he still can win the northern fight here. He's still ahead in points. Infantry fights just, those are a big problem here. They never go well here for Mike in this game so far, as the sub-area RPOs just wielded really, really well by Mio, always making the difference in those engagements by stunning down the enemy Panzer Grenadiers and basically making them completely useless when it comes to damage output, whilst there were no fights where Mike really had fire support in these infantry engagements on target.
Yeah, this is the of course Mio doesn't know that, but there was no infantry defending this. If those Guardezi had kept on attacking through that smoke, they would have probably gotten some kills.
Harrier just being left out there in the rear, getting shut down by the Su-15. Su-15 flying over the air defense here. Gepards might get 1 hit point damage, no, likely not. So even if the Eyehawk hits, which it doesn't, that won't help out. Panzer Grenadiers and Martyrs going down, but on the other side, BMP2s, Conquerors, and Guardezi as well. So both sides here taking some casualties. So another BMP2 might be sacrificed to the Fallschirmjägers. Yes, Fallschirmjägers at least get that kill. And the Guardezi in here now might lose against the Fallschirmjäger Panzer Grenadier combo as well, as they are already stressed out. So Mike still getting some value, but the issue is that +2 soon will have Mio in the lead, so he needs to get a move on into the north, and he just doesn't have the infantry right now to assist that. His M110 currently not firing either to at least get rid of a couple more infantry units, and this is a big issue. But Gepards and Leos now starting to engage onto the infantry, but it just can't disengage one more building back further back. One of the Guardezi is here under heavy fire. Gepards and Zwilling in the north going down. M110 finally aiming again, but this time around on an empty spot off the map. And yeah, only 100 points difference now. It's just a bit more than a minute for Mike to stop the tick again. And I just don't quite see how he can do that right now. And if that does not happen, then he is in real trouble, because then he needs to actually push 2 points here again to actually get a tick online. And that will be really, really tough.
Yeah, Mio bought out the Soviet sci-fi vehicle. Like, this is something out of Metro 2033, I believe, and it has managed to repair the T-72, at least one of the T-72s now. But what Mike is doing here, I think, kind of successfully, is finally widening the attack and widening the front line, as they have this number of leopards now out there, and they're kind of confident in their ability to hold fire supremacy. But you remember that Conquerors that killed the Eyehawk, and with its last shot, I don't think it's been resupplied. There is a serious supply issue happening in Mio's camp here. That the Guardezi could currently be reviving themselves. The Conquerors could be actually firing at the Leopard, and the tanks could have and should have been repaired quicker. The helicopter took a hit. Mi-24V rocket down south, it's not doing anything. And yeah, this is something that Mio actually kind of needs to fix, I think, because if Mike is going to win this, Mike is going to win this with a series of engagements against the front line that's just missing a few key pieces, such as the ATGMs or the infantry.
Yeah, the OSAs here being by now in a decent amount of numbers here on the battlefield is good for Mike. M110 finds some more value here against Special Shredka and get the Conquerors, nearly killing the Special Shredka there as well, as the T-64 is moving forward. But there is a Jaguar, there is a BO-105. I'm surprised we didn't see more Tornado Bombers yet. Like, I feel Tornado Bombers really are the way to getting massive successes here out of this. The OSAs can't stop them from dropping, and there are enough unit concentrations here that those Tornado Bombers, especially if you already buy bombers with the Harrier, I don't know why you, in this matchup where the enemy does not have long-range AA, you don't just go for the Tornado instead. Yes, it's a bit more expensive, but it is so much more reliable to actually stay alive and get its bombs on target than the Harrier in a matchup like this. So yeah, this is a big mistake here by Mike. He still has 12 minutes to rectify it. He is now behind 100 points here, and he is bringing around another Harrier. There is an OSA there, but the Harrier will get the drop-off. The question is just, will it survive afterwards? Mi-24 does go down as well. Harrier does get a double kill on infantry there, so does its job for sure. Will be back in the near future, as Sultan is starting to put up some pressure in the north. But yes, Mike now needs to go for big positive engagements so that he cannot just take back the north, but also push in the south, as he needs to break Mio's capabilities of counter-attacking for that. And so he needs to face his main force, get the first T-64 here without really taking any damage on his Leo 2s, so that's a good one. Next engagement here, one of his Leo 2s, the leader is heavily damaged, but the T-72s are dying. He hasn't lost any of his Leos, he has killed the T-72s, he has killed the BMP-1s, another T-72 behind us, another one being brought up onto the battlefield, so he has to be careful. Oh, MiG-21 HE does fail to get a really consistent hit, as the Sultan does go down. The Leo 2s have to fall back. Leo 185 does go down here. But for now, Mike has gotten the better out of this engagement, just needs to repair, and then he can come back, kill the MiG-21 HE as well. But only 11 minutes, so he still needs to come back soon. But for now, he especially just needs to focus on getting further ahead in the trades so that he can do that push on both flanks. Kodetsi, meanwhile, failing to hit the Leo 185 in the south. Leo 185 now starts to kite them, as those try to penetrate around the southern zone, so Mike still needs to invest there. But the key fights will happen in the next 2-3 minutes in the north, which might enable Mike to actually push through here. Panzergrenadiers pushing deeper, he loses a Jaguar. It's gonna be a tough fight here, but I feel like Mio still should just have barely enough to hold on to this.
Yeah, Mike's infantry could have just moved a little bit earlier, and they could have moved a little bit earlier. They could have cleaned all of this up, but now the BTR reinforcements are arriving, and if the Marder gets taken out here, there will not be enough firepower to fight off the Guardazi SVD, and the Bellows are of course upwetting all of them here, and that's just a little tiny chance there. I understand, like, attacking with your wounded infantry units isn't necessarily like the
Leo
most important thing to do.
Find a good hit. Conqueror's missile hitting the Leo 2. BTR 80s get hit there as well. Leo 2A3s. The Conqueror's out of ammo there once more. Oh no, once more an ammo issue here, as the Guardezis get hit by the Leo 2A3's 120mm guns as well, and that is good enough fire support for sure. Mi-24V now engages them with cons, so that could kill some of the Leos. Marder gets killed by the T-72, so Leo 2A3s here still need to be careful. Resupply from the Cut 6x6 that is currently resupplying the iHawk needs to move around to repair those Leo 2A3s. That's a Tornado on the hunt for the Mi-24. A bombing run into the Bellojor position right now in the north to at least stop the take already. That would be big right now, with 9 minutes still remaining. MR10 fire onto some infantry there as well. Like, this is all looking pretty good. The Acacias haven't fired in a while on the other side. And the Leo 2A3 blob, that is still real. Gepard moves around to deal with the Mi-24, so That one has been pushed back as well. Lack of infantry is a real problem as well, and not going for the CV kill there right now, for sure, in issue 2. But Mike is winning the trades right now. The question is just, will he have enough time to actually profit off it? Jaguar versus T72, T64B here as well. Leo 1A5, not able to finish it off, but Conqueror's missile under attack by the Leos. The Northern Leo 2A3 plop getting repaired by the Mancut 6x6. It likely won't get them all back to full strength, as it still has fuel and ammo turned on as well. But it does get them repaired a good bit, so that they should be able to deal with the T72B1 here. Gets to engage it, gets a good hit. Leo 2A3 plop here, 3 of them plus a Lux. This is a really, really tough fight, but this still could go the way of Mike. He just needs to finish this off here now in the north, and then be fast enough to rotate south. Now 300 points behind. Harrier does not get through there. He is pushing forward with... Gets the Bellojor out of the zone now. Leo 1A5s engaging on the enemy mortars here, pushing those back. The Gardetsi should move forward to engage the Leo 1A5s, but they're not doing that. One of them gets killed off by the Leo 2A3s from the north. And the Leo 1A5s here engaging the BTRs. The Gardetsi... Oh no, they're out of RPGs. Oh, once more supply mistake by Mio. They don't even have anything to engage the Leo 1A5s. They all shot on the martyrs earlier. So the block of Mike now, able to move forward, able to move towards the south. He has kept his +2 point there safe as well, has built up a bit more force there too. His 110mm, his 203mm M110 is nearly out of ammo as well. Now has 4 more shots that it can fire. Those could be decisive as well. As I said, I'm still confused that we saw Harriers instead of Tornadoes in this matchup, but the fight in the north here, still pretty decisive. 6 minutes 38, 3 minutes to go. Leo 2A3s on the hunt. T64 CV there did hide in a nice spot. Good angle there. But 3 Leo 2A3s opening up fire, getting the kill. Now moving up north, and Mio has nothing left here. T64Bs and a couple of BRDM Conquerors desperately trying to move in there. He has a Mi-24V with no Kokon missiles because he just did forget to reload them. The Ural desperately trying to get into position to help out, but the Leos just driving through straight through all the zones. Jägerführer moves into a good spot here on the edge as well. Smoke will allow them to move in there. Not enough infantry around here for Mio, and this might still be enough for Mike. He is only 300 points behind. He is about to get a +2 tick. That would already be enough with 5 minutes remaining, and he might even get more than that, as he is moving towards Bravo. Tornadoes moving around as well, and Mio is not happy with this. Fuck this game being shouted out there in the north. But really the issue was the resupply. If he would have resupplied his RPGs, this would not have happened, but supply trucks just weren't numerous enough, and Leo 2E3s here moving around, getting into the positions. The higher veterancy of the Leo 2A3s there, enabling them to shoot down the T64 that they already knew about thanks to the Lux's sacrifice. And yeah, we have the +3, 120 points per minute. Mio is in trouble, and it looks like Mike is actually turning this game around.
Yeah, it was the, slowly weakening the front line. I mean, it happens to the best of us. You get overly confident in your front line, and then you don't realize that the enemy has not given up as much as you thought they had. I'd say Mio had so much potential in going into India, but just never committed enough to actually break through that, where Mike basically kind of overcommitted, but at this point those units are attacking, so it's not really overcommitment, is it? But I think from Mio's attention was constantly kept around microing the infantry in the southern forests, and then microing the tanks. There wasn't that much. There was a lot of aggression coming, a lot of Guardaci lurking, even the Spetsra Svedka, the Motora Svedka. They're all in really nice positions, and that's a great strategy and great gameplay from Mio. But then just having that key frontline Conquerors unit never resupplied. And not in all of that microing and strategizing, never realizing that the enemy tank is just standing on the open ground in a place where you see it and can fire at it, but just haven't got the munitions. And it proved that the second Panzer Grenadier, one of those decks that can just keep coming. They can absorb some hits. They can take losses. They don't have to really win the opener, even though they can and should. It's a very strong division. I think you are probably correct about the Tornado Bomber versus Harrier Bomber thing. I think that probably just a slot issue and the fact that the Harrier Bomber can, for very cheap, kill a tank. And I think that's kind of something that you want in the opener, because very standard Tamanskaya tactic is to basically convoy, to get the T-72s because they're cheap and they're heavily armored, and just take them up with BMP-2s and send them down the range. And that's something that Harriers early on can actually do something about.
Yeah, artillery here trying to strike the Panzer Grenadiers, but the tick is already in the favor of Mike. The Guardezzi in the north will capture the point as well, so will stop the tick here, but whoever has more points in the end will win the game, and that is likely going to be Mike, as the Guardezzi in the north won't be able to move into Delta and capture it fully to get the point lead here, as there are enough blue forces there. The CV in the south got killed off by the bombers, so no chance there for any more points. And even some interesting Guardezzi just moving over the open field action here by Mio, desperately trying to find some kills, but really the lack of resupplies on the frontline units here costing the game. His Mike was just a bit better there, not quite optimal either. The CV of didn't get resupplied as quickly as it could have been in the north. The Leo 283s waited a bit longer than needed, but they did get resupplied after all. And with that, they got the W here. Mike winning and getting the W against Mio here in an absolutely clutch game. And yeah, a really, really unfortunate loss here for Mio, who played that early game perfectly, basically.
Yeah, this is like the Tamanskaya Recon opener. The specific ways in like using the recon and being active with it, not aggressive, but like trying to keep up this this pressure with your recon, which is something that you can do with the Spetsnaz because the Spetsnaz 8-man squads, they can fight off most enemy units, and in a worst case scenario, they get the shock trade, so they can just attack and kill a full squad pretty quickly like that. Powerful unit in general, and should be used exactly like this. And like the T-72 build-up on the background, waiting for the enemy tank attack. That was I don't know if that was on purpose from Miosport, or if those tanks just kind of were on the side for some other reason. But nevertheless, that was a great counter, won that engagement quickly. And really is just due diligence. Just dot your I's, cross out your T's, and buy more supply, get your infantry to have like a resupply point at near the battle space, so your wounded infantry squads can just tell them to move into that position, and then you don't even need to look at them. Just buy some supply into that space, and just every time you have like extra 40 points, buy another one. That's the way I do it, and seems to pay off. And because otherwise, if your enemy just does this kind of stuff and you don't, there's going to be a moment when they have a surprising number of units compared to yours.
Yeah, and the Leo 283 is also always capable of ruining your late game. And they did it once more here, as they are mobile, they are agile. If you start to lose the counters against them, they're just gonna roll you over. And that's exactly what happened here. So GGVP, let's see how game number 2 goes. Obviously, both of these players seem to be right on each other's level. Let's see if Mio can get a better outcome in game number 2, or if Mike is going to be our first finalist in Division 3. And Mike versus Mio here. Now moving on to the beautiful map of Thaler. And we're gonna have Mike on 20th Panzerna. And Mio is staying with the guards, but moving one down in numbers to first guards. And with that, also moving a bit down in quality of tanks to the T-72s without any smoke, without any shenanigans, just the OG T-72. No modernizations, no smoke, no better fire control, but still good autoloader, good penetration, solid frontal armor, and a cheap 130 point price point. So this should be interesting.
Bad autoloader. It's an 8 rate of fire. The good autoloader has 10 rate of fire. The T64s and T80s have that one.
Yeah. But it's still an autoloader compared to a T55A, for example, with its normal 8 rate of fire that just gets murdered when it gets stressed. So on a smokeless tank, that autoloader still can do some work for you when you get into some bot-bound fighters. And on the other side, we have the same tank, potentially. But the Polish here moving in first with a T72M, yeah, which is the same kind of situation, but it has the modernized gun. It has 2,100 meter range, but no smoke. So this is going to be interesting to see which of these two 72s can get the better engagements off, if the 25 points difference here for Mio do matter, or if he can just get them close enough to actually make that not matter at all and trade up and use the 25 points elsewhere. And yeah, it should be a pretty hot match here on Thaler, as those divisions are both full of cost efficiency.
Yeah. Importantly, the Polish ones, at least in the opener here, are brought out up vetted, which makes them fire first compared to the veterancy ones. And also, as you gain range, you also gain accuracy, because the accuracy stated is for the maximum amount. So if you have a 60% accuracy at 2,100 meter range or 1,900 meter range, obviously that's a completely different accuracy altogether. And I do believe that 23 points and the accuracy is the winning move here for 25 points, especially if you're taking them up vetted, which is the way you kind of should be if you're playing 20th Polish or doing this kind of early game tank play anyways. If you're ever going to buy your up-vetted tanks, you're going to do them early on. If you're taking them in your deck, you want to make sure that they always get played. And or same thing with infantry, of course, to have assault troops contest important positions. But yeah, not a lot to say about this opener here. The Mike is attacking Fedor. Mike has up-vetted tanks and some infantry and some Percy and a recon helicopter. Mike is showing a bunch of honkers around the map, and the honkers are not doing like mega aggro, but they are trying to contest the entry points on Dmitry and get into the enemy side of the forest. They will not necessarily achieve that unless Mike micros a little bit better. BRDM2s around provide pretty nice anti-infantry firepower, so that can compensate for the fact that the Polish squads are only 4-man, going against larger 7-man squads, for instance.
Yeah, the BTR-60PB also is lightly armored, so the Polish have the better MG with the Dushka and with the special forces on it against the Radsvetka BTR-60, but the Radsvetka is armored, so it wins the fight against the honkers. After all, OSA shoots down the Me-2 US as well, so Rospeciani have to give a bit of room already, because we have Saperji in Scott 2A pushing south, and 2 Scott 2A versus 1 BTR-60. That should go for the Scots, as the infantry will keep on pushing here. T-55s and T-72s will try to really get into Feodor, a point that we don't see often pushed in the early game, but that might be exactly why it could work, because that's also something that the enemy doesn't expect. And Mio's investments mainly in the northern part of the map right now, so he will have a tough time holding out against that Saperji T-55, T-72 push. Loses the BMP already. One ZSU there does go down. But now the T-72M and T-55, they will outgun the T-72 here most likely. Ooh, T-72 does get the first hit. T-72M now can retaliate as the T-72 does miss his next shot. ATGM from BMP, T-55A all on target. Ooh, T-72 might escape into the forest. No, it does go down. And this is a real problem now for Mio. Has a Su-17 cluster, but nothing to spot for it. And is in desperate need of getting that cluster bomber on target, because otherwise he has no chance of stopping this push. Is searching for the T-72, BMP-1 not worthwhile hitting there. And no, the Su-17 does get hit by the zero vet coup. Mike playing not with the pro commi build. Disappointed there a bit that this is a zero vet coup, but it still did the job there. The carousel, the casino did work out there, as the T-55A is pushing forward. Mid to URP moving in as well. T-72 number 2 for Mio now engaging, but only a single tank against the combined arms on the other side. More reinforcements on the way, but for now Mike should be able to at least get into the buildings in the zone, and then needs reinforcements as well. None coming up outside of a supply truck, as he is under pressure in the north and the center, but he will get the Bellageur there. Yeah, a bit of a mismove there by Mio, not having any recon in front of it, and loses the T-72 in the middle as well. Oh no! Not even quite sure what got it. Yeah, the Rod Speciality actually getting it there with a side shot. Oh no, or a rear shot even. This is terrible. Yeah, once more, whoever has infantry in front of their vehicles in this map is getting the way better engagements. BMP in the south did get shot by the T-72, but Mio in real trouble here now.
Yeah, Mio's infantry attack that's happening up in the north is kind of the most positive thing here so far. I think Mio had a way more balanced opener, and now that is whereas when the enemy revealed how they have basically doing an all-in down south, Mio's infantry has slowly moved around here, supported by the T-72, and there was a bunch of PKM teams supporting this, but those PKM teams really exist to slow down the enemy and just act as a trigger wire for reinforcements. But these reinforcements that Mike has sent here are more PKMs. But so far, I think if Mio invested, could break through that. Okay, now some
but his
actual
T-72, yeah, and his T-72 got hit by the Fagot missile there pretty badly, so it can't really give the fire support that he needs anymore. This is pretty bad news. Osa finds the Salamandras in the south at least, so that is a nice success here. But it kind of means that Mio now needs to break the southern position again. He has invested more than Mike there, because Mike did invest into the northern zones, but Mike got the T-72 kill now up north for that, meaning that Mio kind of needs to get the T-72 kills in the south in return now. But it's just going to be tough to achieve that. Up Motorstrelkies moving around. He has 2 T-72s here as well, but he does not have the recon, and he is losing in the center fight right now as well. Motorstrike is there under fire. T-72 gets side-shotted by the T-55, down to 1 hit point. The T-55 and the T-72M both missing here, but so are the T-72s right now. So it's a close fight with the first BMP going down, but everybody does keep on missing. The T-55A now being hit by the T-72s, and they finish the job, get the M as well. It was 3 or 4 shots towards the T-72 that it didn't get hit by with 1 hit point, so fortunate times for Mio this time around, but he is still not through this just yet, and he is losing the center, and he likely would get pushed to the north as well. Has to play defensively there for sure now, and that is obviously bad news, as he is still a good way away from cleaning up the south. So if Mike plays his cards right, he should be able to keep on occupying Feodor's edges at least, and making this a nightmare for Mio to push through.
Yeah, I don't know how much points Mio has currently, but Mio just bought a single gas 66 supply truck that only has 600 supply. That is not enough for repairing the 2 tanks, the BMP. That's not enough, I don't think, 600 points. could be right on the limit, but not enough to also get the Motostrelki then.
Yes, and in the meantime, Motrashvetka in the north get found out, so his northern forces get reduced further, enabling Mike maybe in the near future to go on the offensive there. He obviously invested into a lot of defensive units. That's the good thing for Mio there, that those units are not easily converted into aggression, but Mio has to be careful now with his moves in the center. He has invested into a T-72 there instead of more heavier reinforcements in the south, so that might enable him to get some successes here, but if that push gets shut down as well, then he is all fully into the south, so that kind of needs to work out. This is T-72s are outclassed now by a BMP-2 and a Wilk in the south as well, so whilst he will get the zone, and with that reduce it to a +1, he is still a good bit away from actually achieving victory in the southern fight here.
Yeah, right now Mio's forces are kind of gathered in the middle here, and with the OSAC and T-72 extra, I think they are going to try to get into Dimitri, and I think that, but getting into Dimitri kind of just has to happen on both the north and the south side. So those troops, even on the south side of the hill, are kind of gonna have to start moving, and that will make them vulnerable to the Wilk. So I think this attack inherently just needs to deal with the Polish attack, and I think Mio, it's very difficult in Mio's position.
Ooh, both T-72s of his though get to engage at the same time against the Wilk. Wilk has its turret stuck, so it can't fire back. Mike hasn't realized that yet. Will lose the Wilk. Ooh, this is a big kill. Second Wilk on the way. But Mio can disengage here. Needs more supply trucks, but has 2 more T-72s coming up. He will have 5 of those around then. And he is winning the fire support engagements right now as well. Just has to be careful to not lose any T-72s unnecessarily, but Piotr's mech there beaten back. Only a single Wilk standing in his way. 5 of his T-72s easily could overwhelm that. And BMP-1's couple mod Rashvedka here around still as well. The PRGs with the RPG-76 get pushed back as well. And yeah, only 1 Wilk remaining. Salamandra does get shut down by the Igla as well. Mio might be doing it. Gets the BMP-2 here as well. Mike maybe overextending a slight bit with his forces there. And does get punished currently for it. Does still have the potential of maybe finishing off a couple of T-72s. They're really low, but as long as those 5 T-72s here stay alive, okay, one of them in a bad spot now, has to break line of sight against the Wilk, is able to do that though. Where's our supply trucks? Mio, yeah, brings the Ural finally around. Just like in the last game, a bit slow on the supply. This game around though, he is bringing it for the important units.
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about the Reservisti being bought. Wait, hold on. The Reservisti are up-vetted, and with the leader, they actually are vet too. So, because I'm kind of concerned about their ability to fight off Mike's infantry, which is Tapersi and Sapersi Sturmovi, supported by a lot of good light vehicles. And I'm feeling like the Saperi RPO can be microed to death by the vehicles, and then the rest of them won't be able to fight. Though Mike doesn't have any infantry AT weapons here.
Another T-55 goes down in the middle. The T-72s there doing good jobs. Well, no, the Polish, even the Sapersis have RPG-7.
Oh, wait, yeah, they do actually. They get the Comars, yeah.
Yeah, and the Motostrelki RPG-7 VS, the VS is the 16 penetration one, so not that effective against the M1D and the Wilk. So they should not do that fighting on their own. And yeah, Sapersi and Stormovi here engaging the Reservisti. Reservisti with DSVD in general have a pretty good fire output. So, especially for their price point, they are pretty efficient. Completely demolishing the Sapersi there together with the Saperi RPO. So, as long as the T-72s here are kept alive, and no, they're moving a bit too much on their own, getting hit there by an RPG-7VM with a side shot. The Piotrs get overwhelmed, but the T-72M and Wilk could maybe now move around to finishing off a couple of these T-72s now on the open field. For sure, not the angle of engagement that Mio wants to go for right now, considering that he has 2 more T-72s being repaired right now. He should engage with all of them at the same time. Is realizing that, is disengaging. This is the right choice. T-72M not able to engage anymore. He loses the T-72 in the middle at the same time, as there is a T-72M now moving in there too, as he also gets an Acacia online. T-72S in the south now gets got as well. Mike is pushing forward again. This could swing in the favor of Mike again with these tank fights, as the BRDM2 is trying to get some recon information in the rear. BMP1 getting onto an ambush position there too. So yeah, scary times here for both players right now. Important key losses on both sides, but Mike keeps on to the +3, and that's the big issue for Mio right now.
Yeah, I feel like Mike especially could really benefit from some infantry AT squads that can be more hidden and get some free damage on the T-72s. The ATGM vehicles, of course, cannot deploy the same way and can be one shot by the tanks. But yeah, earlier I was saying that Mio was in a position where it was really difficult to actually have any agency, and I think that's the Polish success here has just kind of get that going. Like, how long has Mio actually, like you said, gotten results in the middle and had some units in the middle and had this this fortification, but like the denial, the Fedor attack basically denies the ability to attack the middle without like doing some weird ass overcommitment on the northern side. The hill here works in such a way that you need to attack on both sides of the hill, or you need to fight very bloodily with infantry to like get into the south side of the hill if you are not there. And both are not the greatest choices for Mio, and Mio has kind of recognized it, which means that the game has been locked into this permanent build-up where Mike has been able to just use their technological superiority as 20th Polish to just have good tank fights and keep up some pressure by having your Sapersi infantry move around.
I also would like to see some of the better T-72s mixed into this T-72 club, like the ones with the 17 frontal armor without smoke, or even the AV ones.
You mean for Mio?
Yeah, for Mio, exactly.
Yes.
As then you would have the superior frontal armor against the T-72Ms. They would deal a lot less damage against your heavier tanks, whilst your T-72s would still deal the same damage. And it's only 20 points difference here. You are still cheaper than the T-72M actually, but having better frontal armor and only losing out on the range and 1 penetration. So not using the better T-72s here is a bit of a weird choice. Acacia not really going for the right kills right now either. So the center here is fully leveled up by Mike, who now also gets a Dana to start dealing with T-72s, and there is no recon on the battlefield here anymore for Mio. Mio has no knowledge about where Mike's position actually are, and that's a massive issue right on this map. Like, if you don't really know where the enemy are, you basically can't move, especially with an armored division, because there's always this potential for a side shot. There's always the potential for a random ATGM or RPG team just murdering your whole push basically. And yeah, Mio needs to move. He only has 7 minutes 44 left. He's already 1000 points behind, which on this map is not trivial, and he currently just does not have the room to do so. His T-72s not being coordinated enough, always half of them being damaged, but the other half got repaired because Mio also underinvesting into supply trucks once more. And with that, Mike can just chill out here right now and enjoy the +3 lead. And if he even gets pushed out of the point in the rear, if he does a decent retreat there, does trade decently, even then he would still likely be ahead here.
Yeah, people will say, oh, well, quantity has a quality of its own when talking about tanks that are 25 points cheaper than their opponent's tanks. But, like, in practice, just attacking with these tanks that don't have the greatest range is quite inconvenient, because when you're doing a tank attack, you kind of want to get the first shot off, and you want to start on a good note, and you need tanks like the T-72 M2 Wilk, the ones with the really good range and accuracy, like you said, just mixed in there to facilitate the attack of the weaker tanks. You can even just like micro the more expensive one to open up a tank battle, and then when you get some hits in, and the enemy is like stunned or something, that's when you drive up with your cheap ones, and that just seems to me a little bit more effective than just having a lot of short range tanks that don't really end up doing that much, because all the engagements they could take would be disadvantageous.
Yeah, Motostrelk is here trying to push in as well. I disagree with the T-72s. I just believe you need to mix in the OBR 77s and the AVs a bit, because then you can still use their firepower for the cheaper price point. But yeah, just keeping them clean as the T-72s, purely those, that's the mistake here. You usually want to have 2 of those with 1 of the others mixed in, basically, like 2-to-1 ratio. And then they are insanely efficient. I had some crazy games with First Guards lately, but yeah, they are not a division that wants to go into a slow grind game. They are a division that wants to be explosive and just outperform the enemy. Obviously, 20th Panzerna did kind of do the same back in the day. It has been nerfed a considerable bit, like the T-72M nerfs, and a good couple of other nerfs that hit it over the time. So I believe First Guard actually is the more cost-efficient division right now. Just that Mio is not playing to it at all. Like, he has not concentrated any forces in the early stages, and he's currently failing to get the kills here. Now the Su-17 bombing run, that is a good one. His 1 cluster bomber does go down, but he gets the good kill here.
Ooh.
But he does not have the infantry to follow it up. So even though he clears the self right now, his C-72s once more can't move.
A move time right now. There's 4 minutes left. Come on, yes, Mio is A moving with some caution. Okay.
Yeah, he does not have the recon infantry. And it's just so painful to play this map without recon. ATGM's already firing on his T-72s, or nearly finding a side shot there. And everything on the Polish side has an AT weapon. Dana's here aiming for it as well. And yeah, the T-72s on their own, they're just so bloody easy to murder. They don't have smoke, they can't defend themselves. They need something else to help them out. And the Saperi up here only now starts moving. Skomove and Saperji here on the side of Mike in a good position, and once more, really a bit of a supply issue by Mio. At least Mio does resupply this game, but just not quite in the numbers he needs them. In like 3-4 supply trucks at once, so that you repair faster, would have really changed his windows of opportunities. Like, instead of buying another T-72s, he should have bought 4 supply trucks a couple of times here, and then his other T-72s would have been back into the action a lot quicker, and he could have done what he did with the cluster bombers with his tanks already. Instead, he waited a good while, and Mike is just needs to hold out on this point that he captured early on. It's an uncomfortable point to push back into, but Mio, also with the lack of recon and so on, is setting himself up for a bad time. The Taka storm does go down as well. The north is impenetrable basically at this point. So yeah, Mike keeps up the +2. This contest in the center is a bit annoying for him. He could fire that with the Dana. Bit of a sloppy play there as well currently with the Dana not firing, but he is winning the center. And yeah, he's also starting to fire onto enemy CVs in the middle. Actually not the one that is in the zone, but on the replacement one behind it. So that should help out in the long run as well. Saperji get overwhelmed, but all the T-72Ss actually all died now outside of one, as they just had no support, and yeah, all the Polish AT over time grinded them down. So I just don't see how this is going to work out for Mio.
Yeah, Mio. That's what you get for having a slur in your username. I know it's the flag code. I know. That's why it's funny.
Saperi Apio holding out against the Fagot. And we have BMP One Piece engaging here as well. Motschalki is a need to engage as well. Good couple of Reservisti moving forward too. As we have T-72s moving around here, ready to engage from the north as well. But there is no way here for Mio to easily push through still. And he stops the take for now. The Dana's once more being silent. That buys Mike some time, but Mike is in such a strong position. Like, Yeah, I like that Mio is now at least doubling down on the south. Like, the breakthrough there is the way to that he maybe can turn it around. Gregory and Elena, that's the way. Like, switching to the north would be a mistake. He is still trying to get a bit of pressure in the north. Makes sense as well. You at least need to figure out what is there. And if the enemy maybe didn't invest that much up there, you still need to be able to punish it. But he should realize that this is not going to happen up there. As an SU-17 cluster coming around north, that is fine as well. Killing off some T-72s basically for free because the enemy does not have coops up there, and forcing more investments up north. This is the way. But yeah, if Mio wants to win this push in the south now, that has to work out in the next 5-6 minutes. Otherwise, he is going to be toast. Reservisti here in tough engagements. Not really getting the job done. T-72 M1D even getting in back here for Mike. Mike tries to get to 2,000 points. Does not have really the assistance there for the T-72s, but might still be able to do it. Oh, T-72 gets once more side shot there. The amount of side shots enabled by ATGMs, because there was no recon in these buildings here in the center for Mio, it's just brutal. Another T-72 OBRs, 72 gets shut down in the close range fights here. BTRs go down. More hits against the next T-72. God pushes another one back. Yeah, this is terrible, terrible news for Mio. He gets the CV tank here, but his pushing power just gets taken apart right now.
Yeah. The humble 4-man zero vet Rasvedka team, like the 4-man recon squad, that is the glue that holds together like most tank attacks in this game. And just having them around, they're like little worms in the dirt. You know, they just having a lot of them around is good for you. So if you don't know what's wrong with your game, especially regarding like tank fights, just try to get more worms, more recon squads around the place. You can put in the options. You can set your on-foot pathfinding to cover. So that means you can just right-click your infantry and they will automatically take a cover route. So they will use all those small little tree lines, will not use buildings. And then you can put them on return fire, so they won't open fire on enemies. And then you send them forward. And because they are recon infantry, they get the excellent stealth, and that's how you win games. It's simple. That's a cheat code to winning WARNO. Really.
Yeah, and the +1 here will be removed once more. Mio is once more able to grind through the reinforcements in the south, but not quite doing it enough to get the pressure back up. And at the same time, we see Mike using the superior forces that he has assembled in the middle to keep up the grind in a decent force as well. Whilst we have the Dana here engaging against Beljors in the center as well. And yeah, Reservisti here under fire. Mi-24P gets into the engagement as well, but there was never a moment where Mio had the positional advantage in this game. Like, he never got into a spot where he actually could put pain on the enemy. Mike had the control over where the engagements took place, and over time, if Mike has the knowledge advantage and the positional advantage, that just even if the micro is even, and that's basically the case here. Like, Mio didn't micro worse than Mike, and Mike didn't micro better than Mio, but if both is equal, then in the end those advantages just will win the game. And that's currently what's happening, as 1,800 points is just not something Mio really can achieve at this point anymore. He just does not have the maneuverable forces left on the battlefield to actually strike something similar to what Mike did last game. And he's also too far behind in points. Like 14 minutes, you wouldn't basically need to take the whole map, and he just doesn't have the forces. And yeah, we have Danas here now engaging onto the T-72 over here, trying to get the kill on it, trying to keep the last of the center forces here out of the game. T-72 AV of the Soviets trying to move around. This is the up armored one. This is the one that I would have loved to see as the frontline unit around, taking the heat of the T-72s, being able to smoke and cover the rest of the blob. But yeah, get side shot there. Good counterfire here, killed some of Mike's forces as well. Like, Mio is, as I said, not trading badly. He's not doing a terrible job at fighting once the fights actually engage. He just did a bad job setting up, and then he never considered how to actually get a positional advantage again. He just went into the fights head on time and again. He never invested into better recon again. He never invested into getting a technological advantage like the Ataka missile, which could just ruin the day of T-72's port completely as well. He never got around to set those up, and that's just
there was
a missed
one, but
opportunity. Yeah,
there
but
was
it
one,
was never
but
in a
it
good
wasn't-
spot. Like,
Yeah, it wasn't used in. Basically, the way to use it would have been to just have it somewhere and then have infantry recon run forwards and spot some units on tree lines. Like, it would have been perfect for that kind of gameplay. But then I think Mio got the horse blinder effect. He got tunnel visioned into the T-72 numbers being the answer, and Mike's kind of more versatile and standard unit compositions just countered that pretty well. And the Polish are excellent in like sending mediocre and cheaper and available units to cover the map quickly. So like the situations, especially early on when Mio had like numbers advantages, the game was still like in a passive mode kind of, and Mio had only just like found out that the enemy is attacking. Like the ability for the Polish to very quickly sustain a whole map and kind of demanding Mio play very aggressively early on made it so that there was never really the moment for the red team to kind of have a crushing blow. And Mike has been playing very responsibly since getting into Fedor and being able to cover that reinforcement road from the red side to Dimitri. And it's pretty easy to play carefully when you have a points lead and also technological superiority on tanks.
yeah, Redredka under fire, T-72s here getting overwhelmed as well, and in the end, Mike even gets to take back online. Obviously, Mio does not want to surrender early here, but he is out of options by now. Another Mi-24P here with Ataka missiles coming around, but yeah, those are the kind of tools that he needed to leverage. Those are the differences between you and the Polish. The Polish have the better opener. You have the more cost-efficient tank and infantry tab. And you also have those missiles, and if you don't leverage those missiles into a position where you can maybe get side shots or just even frontal hits against the T-72 M1 with a 25 penetration missile are devastating. And yeah, they were never used in a position where they actually could achieve anything. Meanwhile, even the lightest ATGMs here, the Malyutkas and the Fagots on the side of Mike, just completely capable of getting hit after hit. That BRDM2 Malyutka in the middle might be the MVP after, like, when it comes to pure DPS. So GGVP here in the end. Mike with a deserved victory here, even though Mio did fight on hard, but he just didn't quite fight the match. He just fought the opponent directly, little fight by little fight, but didn't really play around for Haller, didn't really play around for positions to victory. So in the end, two hard-fought victories here for Mike, but two well-deserved ones, getting him into the grand final as our first player in Division 3 here. And yeah, Mio will move on to Division 2 nonetheless, absolutely rightfully so. That was a really strong run in this season, but won't quite get in there as Division 3 finalist.
Yeah, I mean in this game, 20th Pancherna was picked as a counter pick, and it was a very powerful counter pick against the first Proletariaska. I don't really know about the first, really. That I mean, it obviously has its potential, but it just can't afford to be played like a division with better tanks. I feel like it was kind of played into the 79th factor, except if 79th had really cheap T-72s instead of good tanks. And there needed to be like a more, like the reservists especially kind of had to somehow start like taking map control early on. I think it could do that pretty cheaply with the BRDMs and all of that. Anyways, but the Pachena, very very powerful counter pick and obviously a very powerful opponent. But can I just say, just like in the last series, in this series, the winner was the player that had mastered like basic WARNO fundamentals, such as unit composition variety, not over-investing into certain units, and into just keeping up good supply, just making sure you have supply constantly for your troops. And I think that's sort of like I always say, I love this sort of methodical, fundamentals-based gameplay, and I think it's really fitting that, like, despite Mio playing that gameplay style very well, the down that was brought down by the lack of supply. So there was just a little bit of a hole in the wall somewhere.
Yeah. And with that, we have one more semi-final to play, figuring out who will make it to the grand finals. Apple Cider versus Fluffy Unicorn. And Fluffy Unicorn looked really strong in that quarterfinal, so let's see if Apple Cider can give him more of a challenge than Flying Ryan. Quick break, guys, and then we're gonna figure out who will face off against Mike in the grand finals of Division 3. Quick break, and then we will get into that last match of the day. And here we go, second semifinal. Fluffy Unicorns versus Apple Cider. And this one should be an interesting one as well, as I like both of their picks. Fluffy Unicorn in game 1 and 2, once more staying with heavier divisions, 11th ACAF and 4th Divisia, but Apple Cider countering with similar divisions, 77th, and then we have the Dutch versus Dutch violence. The CLKA of the Dutch versus the 4th Divisia, the slightly more all-rounder versus the slightly heavier division here. So that should be interesting, with a final game being 9th Panzer versus 101st, if we get to the third game. So this should be pretty interesting here in this best of 3. And yeah, 27th, a division that really has seen a massive renaissance lately, thanks to a couple of smaller buffs that it got over the time. And I believe against 11th ACAF, it has pretty good chances of doing well. It's just a question, how can the 11th use its better recon tab in the early game?
Yeah, interestingly, looking at Apple Cider's deployment, they're basically going all in on Bravo. And Bravo is the more open-ended area. It's the place that is easier to defend on long range, which is what the 27th absolutely wants to be doing. 27th is an amazing long range division, and it has really good fire support, very bad early aggro, and just setting up some Spectrosvedka, some Motorstelkimetis, some Iglas around the place, and letting the enemy completely have Charlie is certainly a decision. I think maybe there's an idea that because Foxtrot is so easily defended and Foxtrot is going to stay on Apple Cider's side, and then Bravo is also going on Apple Cider's side, that when they scale into tanks, they'll be able to siege Charlie easily from multiple directions. There could be something like that going on. But anyways, Charlie is being abandoned for the enemy, and the enemy is going fully into recon. This is a recon-iest recon. It's recon.
Yeah, no recon helicopter though, which is interesting. So we're not gonna see any A10 opener or so like that. It's just, yeah, a lot of Bradley, a lot of LRS, a lot of scouts, and even an M1A1 ACAF that immediately is going between Charlie and Foxtrot. So maybe a wise choice of Apple Cider to not invest too much into Charlie. They could maybe have been pushed out there quite quickly. And I don't believe they're gonna plan for sieging Charlie. I believe the plan is actually going for Alpha. And you can lock that down quite nicely with the Soviet numerous ATGMs, BMP3s, especially with their long-range ATGMs, can keep any Bradleys that they can deal heavy damage to with their quicker, faster missile, and M1A1s that they can just stun down out of the points, and then the TADBVs usually should be enough there to get through there. So yeah, that's what I believe is the game plan here for Apple Cider, but we will figure it out and see how this goes. As on the other side of Unicorn now, bringing in a couple more units for the South, including some OH-58s, makes sense. Mi-24K could be devastating if you don't bring these around, but currently none of those recon helicopters, none of those heavy Soviet armored helicopters is on the battlefield.
Yeah, but like, look at Alpha. Look at how close it is to the blue spawn, and then look at how long a distance it is to reinforce for the Reds. Like, I don't know. I guess you're right about just contesting Alpha, but I don't think it's really
Yeah, but
like
it's the same as
realistic to
with
capture it.
Foxtrot. Like, the enemy has to push just as deep as you have with Alpha, but Foxtrot is also easier to get units back in. Like, there are more annoying tree lines that you can reinforce in there. If you get through Alpha, like, there's no way the enemy is getting back through the open fields onto you. So, if you win Alpha, like, you basically have the game. But if you have Foxtrot, you're pretty good as well, but it's good bit easier to get back into. So I believe it makes sense to put the pressure that way, keeping the one zone in the middle so that you don't get ticked against, and then maybe pushing in deeper. So as it seems like Fluffy Unicorn wants to go for all the zones at once, we will see how that works out. The first couple of engagements, if they go terribly for 11th, they could just completely be dismantled. So 27th, not the cheapest division either, so you cannot afford heavy losses there. or any key losses in the early stages either.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Fluffy Unicorns is kind of just predating here, just sending recon everywhere, trying to find the enemy front line.
And yeah, Fluffy Unicorn is going for Foxtrot. So this will kind of trigger most likely Apple Cider's counterattack to more parts of the map. Oh, BMP2 in the middle has to smoke off, is doing so. As the LRS here under fire. Bradley versus another BMP2, and this one does hit and find it with the Modraj guy inside. Yeah, the recon forward deployment here winning out, and Apple Cider in trouble there. As in the meantime, the siege in the north starts as well. Sprout here in a decent spot, but not in a great one because it does not have anything to spot for it, and the AGL just immediately getting onto it, immediately taking out the Sprout, because nothing did spot for them. No recon units here in the north for Apple Cider. Massive mistake. Is now buying 2 Mi-24Vs, but that's a really fragile unit to bring around there. And Fluffy Unicorn really playing full-on aggression, and so far getting away with it big time. Like, this is going to be so annoying for Apple Cider to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, this is insane. The AGL attack is so good here, and like Fluffy Unicorns now...
Oh no, F16! Okay, it only gets the Modraj that does not hit the BMP2. That would have been even more annoying, and it's a plane that is invested into this instead of killing the Mi-24V rockets in the north. But the Modraj is likely going to go down there in a second, and then there's nothing to spot for these Mi-24s left there. So it's not going to be easy to actually find any kills here of value with those guys either. M113A3 with Mac Rifle Dragons inside at least get killed, but we immediately have a pivot here. Mi-24V get on target here with their autocannons, with their rockets. Might be able to kill it off before it kills either of them. Okay, one of the Mi-24s needs to be microed back. A good couple of nice kills. LRS get killed in the south as well. Bradley might get found too. T80 BVK is engaging. Is failing to get the hit just yet. But oh, it gets side-shotted! Oh no! Why was it showing side armor there?
Oh no!
Oh, this...
Maybe the dragon? Yeah, the M113 dragon?
Yeah, the M113 dragon likely forcing it to try to go between the two, and oh no, the Bradley getting the kill against the T80 BVK. Absolute disaster here for Apple Cider. That was supposed the winning move towards Alpha now. Instead, he now has to actively fight against Foxtrot because he can't take Alpha now. He just doesn't have the forces without the T80 BVK, and that is a problem. He just has nothing around right now. He invested into a MiG-29 because he needed to defend the Mi-24s, but he just has not brought any reinforcements for the ground in a good couple of minutes now. And like all the first 4 minutes here went into non-combat units or non-ground combat units, and that is just devastating. He just does not have a frontline right now. He invested into 2 BMP3s now in the north, but yeah, that Bradley is even still alive. Like, that's the biggest insult, that the BMP2 was not able to finish it off. We have a F16 cluster moving in. That's a mistake. MiG-29 already on target. Gets the kill there. This is big. Mi-24V get some nice kills up north as well. Might find the Iltis Führungs there. Yeah, get their autocannons on target. M1 Abrams is too much, most likely. Gets one Mi-24V killed. The other one should disengage there as well. The Cons not able to get a kill here. They might get a stun, but yeah, they need to disengage. Might be too late now. M1A1 aiming with its 50 cal. Gets a couple of shots into it. Okay, does not get the kill there. MP2 in the middle does go down, but the Modraj guy pushing on top of the Bradley now. Should be able to kill it. Second Mi-24 gets killed by the F16, so both sides taking some losses, and obviously, yeah, Foxtrot being captured back now, but Fluffy Unicorn still with the better position on the map. It's just that, yeah, both divisions now so fragile that big losses to either side could be devastating. Bradley does get shut down by the Modraj. Fluffy Unicorn a bit sloppy there, so both sides super fragile right now. T80 BVK investment in the north. If that can kill the M1A1, then Fluffy Unicorn is a desperation move. If it goes the other way around, it could be desperation for Apple Cider. It's really about the smallest of margins now, with the heavy attrition that both players have gotten have taken part in by now.
Yeah. Oh, the ACAV. The ACAV is now moving back in, trying to fire support the scouts in fighting these forces. But I don't think Fluffy Unicorns really has the kind of flexibility right now to keep fighting for Foxtrot. And like the 11th horse, it's a division that it like focuses on the opener, and that is why it's an exceptional division. It's an exceptional in that it basically doesn't have a mid game that you're supposed to win the opener and then start spamming like M1A1s like your heavy armor division while also doing air attacks. But because its units are weird and specialized and expensive, if you can trade, just get some kills early on, just kind of mix up their plans somehow, they can be put to a stop because they do lack that mid game. They can actually sustain a lot of different
Bradley gets killed off in the south. There's nothing in front of Alpha now. There is just nothing protecting Alpha for Fluffy Unicorn now. TADBVK already bought, already moving. BMP and Motra moving south there as well. But the Strelky did get stopped by an M1A1 that got invested into. So yeah, the center and the whole area north of Bravo a bit fragile here for Apple Cider as well. But he has the better forces up north. His MiG-29 also with a good engagement angle here. M1A1 in big trouble. But no, the MiG-29 didn't follow the F-16. It just didn't get microed. It just got pushed into the middle of nowhere. So the F-16 was able to turn around together with the pivot. Weird movement there. Pivot does get shut down, but the M1A1 is still alive. And yeah, the scouts don't have any AT weapons, so the units of Apple Cider can just follow that M1A1, but for now it is getting away. The BMP3s are decently fast, but they're not as fast as the M1A1 here, which is still moving further away. HGM does slow down further. MiG-23 and FX-16 goes the MiG-23 way, so attrition rates keep on being high. But HGM's flying after the M1A1 here again. Can they find the kill this time? No, they cannot. The tanks cannot find the kill against the mech rifle dragons either. The infantry of Apple Cider all died there, so his vehicles are in danger against these dragon units as well. That M1A1 ACAV is still alive is a big insult to Apple Cider's forces, but he has to be careful now. Not lose. No, loses the TADBV. Oh, and now the BMP3s could be ambushed here. Mech Rifle Dragons with the Dragon 2 can kill these BMP3s quite quickly as well. Oh, devastating news for Apple Cider. Tried to get the kills there, but instead got killed himself. The BMP3 needs to disengage further. He needs to set up new reinforcements there. Yeah, the attrition ratio keeps on going. ADBVK going deep here in the south, but M1A1 and Marder already rotating south. So he has to be super careful here with this tank. He won't be fully capturing this point either. Has 2 Spruts on the way. Those will be insanely helpful at protecting this, but his Motra Treshka need to figure out what is moving towards his TADBVK there. His TADBVK cannot push there. He knows about the M1A1. I have no idea why he's pushing there right now. Yeah, realizing that just in the right second here to disengage a big bag. Spruts should be moving a bit further than they actually are, that they can assist against the M1A1s. And yeah, in the north, the BMP3 being alone, the M1A1 ACAV being repaired, such a devastating thing that tank actually was able to get out alive. Like, really, Apple Cider would have been so far ahead if he would have gotten the final kill there, wouldn't have had to chase with his tanks too deep there. Really, really painful. And now the TADBVK is overextending. Oh, no, Apple Cider, you cannot do this. He's only engaging the Marder. The M1A1 did not spot it. Okay, now he's spotting it. Okay, quick reaction with the smoke. Spruts need to move. Okay, they immediately get the move command. It's a bit late, but it's still the right move right now. His Spectra Tretka figures all of this out. ADBVK staying a bit back as the Engineered Dragons get into the building there as well. MTLBU in the middle gets shut down. Engineered Dragons, like Dragon Infantry everywhere, making it a bit weird with the engagement ranges here for all the BMPs. so that they have to stay a bit further back than you are used to, as otherwise those dragons will get you. And yeah, BMP3 number 2 does go down as well. Another big loss to the mechanized forces of Apple Cider, who's trying to compensate now with superior RPOs in the north. But as soon as the Martyrs and the M1A1 come around, those units just gonna die again here. So yeah, tough one for Apple Cider here. Tough one for Apple Cider, but he is getting around with a decent amount of forces again. Shooting the quick fix. The Sprute's just being pushed so slowly, as he just unloaded them a bit too far back, and through the forest they are embarrassingly slow. So the TDBVK here cannot do it on its own. He's at least baiting out ATGMs, figuring out what is around. Good micro there, quick reaction. Tor should not go over this open field. Should be further back. Maddie's and Iglas pushing forward as well. Yeah, fragile situations for both sides here. But currently, I like the position of Fluffy Unicorn a good bit better.
Yeah, I mean, Apple Cider is pushing in here. This is kind of like a textbook, well-made attack. The Spetsa Svedka is spotting the whole front line. There's a Tor, there are 2 Iklas, and Infantry. Metis is kind of moving around with the tank front line. I mean, there needs to be way more. The tank is going to have to retreat in just a moment when the engineers get in the shooting range. And like I said, this is really close to the blue spawn. If you actually start long-lasting fights here, you're doing that at a debuff. This is like it's like in Dota when you don't want to fight near your.
Oh no TDBV getting sideshotted there by dragons. Okay, only eats one of them, but needs to immediately just completely evacuate out of there. Needs to get back to the supply truck. As a Sprute in the middle here is trying to get into some reinforcement road positions as well. We have an MTLBU that cannot really do anything there. Like, Apple Cider is thinking way too far when he goes to Charlie. He cannot do anything about that zone. He needs to think about Foxtrot. He needs to think about Alpha. Thinking about 3 positions at the same time here right now, with the trades that he took lately, is not something that he can afford. 27th is not a division to push 3 points at the map at the same time. That's what the Sprute is for, to hold defensive positions nicely, if you have a recon unit to actually spot for it. Not trying to push 3 spots at the same time. Big fix here, moving forward. Igla and Tor can potentially engage it here in a second again, as we have an F-16 cluster coming along for the TDBV though. Oh no, that will be a kill. Tor does not get the first shot on target, is in a weird spot here. Oh, it's being a seed plane, yeah, coming in right behind this. So it cannot get a free shot off. Does not get the hit there. Iglas get overwhelmed as well. Quick Fix is still alive to spot for all of this. And now the Sprutes are under fire by the M1A1s. First Sprute able to return fire. Second one now can fire on the Martyr as well, but the first one now stunned down. Just doesn't have the fire support of the T80. BMP2 not around here either. Apple Cider just always a bit too slow here. And once more, Fluffy Unicorn just in charge of these games. Just like against Fly and Ryan, he is really good at controlling the pace and the engagements. Even with a division where he took heavy casualties and he was a bit out of position a couple of times, but now he is just getting those dragon units into so many annoying spots. And yeah, I have had the similar experience against 101st and a couple of other divisions with dragons on this map. They are just an absolute pest with the ranges that you have and the line of sights that you have on this map. Like, Dragon Infantry, on a lot of maps, relatively insignificant. On this map, an absolute pain.
Yeah, and the fact that the very small infantry tab of 11th Horse contains some like specialized close quarters fighting infantry, like the Engineer's Flash and the large squads of the Mech Rifles Dragon, which are, of course, large squads are stronger, and then the always dependable Engineer's Dragon, which have both the shock trait, so in towns they can just delete people in close ranges, and also large squad 10-man, so it's survivable. A lot of these guys actually like completely chew through your standard Motostrelki, and this means that Apple Cider couldn't really contest infantry fights without also having the mech there, and the mech is expensive, and the mech needs to be protected from prowling M1A1s. And that's
F16
just
CAA
inherently
here in the sky. Tor needs to be reloaded. Does not have a reload just yet. Tor being brought up in the rear. Another seat being moved around here. Engineer flashes going down, but we don't have a CV in the north. +4 now for Fluffy Unicorn. And yeah, Apple Cider, the 24/7, he is just not capable of trying to fight all the fronts at the same time. Like, kind of neither is 11th, but 11th has the recon to avoid the fights that it doesn't want to take, and you don't quite have that luxury as 27th, but you have the slightly heavier forces, so concentrating them a bit better really would have done him well, instead of trying to, with that weird push into Charlie, where he lost a couple of his important units like the BMP3 and so on. Like, this is really costing him right now in the northern engagement, where he is just struggling to get Foxtrot better under control. And he has to keep up the pressure in the south, is doing pretty well here. And when A1 is being pushed back, he did deal with a lot of infantry, lost all of his infantry actually on his side as well, so it's another stalemate. But the issue is currently that he has to get through the north again, and his point lead that he got through the early game is being evaporated by this +2 coming out of +4, and he's just not capable of getting the resupply around. TDPV engaging against an M1A1, that's a pretty fair fight, but a bit in favor of the M1A1. So the TDPV here struggling to get the job done, as we have F16 cluster moving in north, trying to get the kill in return. Tor and MiG-23 are around here, so they should be able to get the kill, but the MiG-23 micro, once more, not really the correct, not really going for the F16 kill, instead of immediately going for the A10, but neither kill is achieved, and he loses his fighter. Yeah, miss micro there in my eyes, as that MiG-23 could have just finished off the F16, just like with the MiG-29 earlier. Clicking it just into the ether, not the right choice there by Apple Cider. And those two fighters lost that now can't deal with the seed. Like, that's just such a massive deficit right now.
Yeah, that's you can't really afford with 27th. You don't get your best stuff. You get Tors, and I recall they get Tunguskas as well, which are medium and short range anti-air, and they are like targetable by these seeds, and the seeds are an actual menace. The like having to keep buying like your 140 point Tors, trying to duel or like mass get as many of them as possible to fight off the seed spam. It's so much more expensive and impractical than just having a cheap fighter in your pocket, that you're going to use to get the kill. And Fluffy Unicorns here has managed to keep up like the premier 11th horse gameplay, which is just buying all the tanks and all the air while not losing the infantry. If they lose all the infantry and can't rebuy them, then 11th cavalry can be in a pretty bad spot. But they still have infantry in the front line, which means they're safe.
Yeah, 2 Thors in the south now against an F16 that is overly deep in the dive. SU-17 even turning around here. Oh, second Thor is not on the attack order, and it only has static accuracy, but the other Thor even might be enough already. Yes, gets the F16 there. F16 AT in the north tries to find some hits here. TDBV with some ATGM shots against the UH-60 helicopter that can disengage. F16 now moving in here for the kill. The ADBVK is the target. Would not get a one-shot kill there, and doesn't even get a hit there. Second Tor gets the finalizing shot. So the tanks here doing fine for now. M1A1 ACAF is now moving in though. No, it's showing side armor. Oh, it's moving into the smoke. Okay. Okay. Really, really risky moves. No infantry here. There is a Sprut that could get into a better spot as well. It's absolutely risky gameplay here on both sides a bit in the north, but the +2 keeps on going and is now the lead for our player in blue. Fluffy Unicorn is under pressure here by Apple Cider. Apple Cider is not playing a bad game at all, but he is still in the driver's seat for now. The loss of the F-16s in these numbers against the Taurus lately, that might be something that can get Apple Cider back into the game here though. If he gets rid of the infantry in the north, if he maybe even finishes off the M1A1, the ACAF, then Apple Cider, I believe, would be fully back. because then the north would not be a threat at all for him anymore, and he could fully focus on getting the last step towards the zone in the south to actually get a tick back online. But for now, he has to keep up there, and in the same time, 3 M1A1s have appeared in the south, and he just does not have the forces to deal with that. Seaplane nearly gets a Tor killed here again. Yeah, new reinforcements being brought up in the south. Spetra goes down in the south at the same time. And now the M1A1's pushing forward again. Tor does not get hit against the seat. Seat pushed back out. Tor needs to move back. TDBV needs to move back, and yeah, the Alpha siege has to stop for now for Apple Cider. He can't keep this up, not against these amounts of M1A1s with the little forces he has, but he is not reacting here. Smoking off a bit too late, his TDBV gets stunned, so now it's too slow to disengage actively. He now moves in his TDBVK from the north, but he does not have any force here to deal with this. Planes maybe could help out of this. TDBV is allowed to disengage. Okay. Fluffy Unicorn does not want to over engage there either, as we have Motostralkis in the north assisting the TDBV. Tick is stopped. Still 200 points difference, but yeah, the positional lead here is still for Fluffy Unicorn. A really wild and maybe successful move here for Apple Cider could be a fast CV towards Delta, but that obviously is something that you would have to identify and find the resources for as well. And currently he is still absolutely busy with both the north and the southern fights.
Yeah, like when I saw the fact that there was 3-4 Abrams waiting there, and Fluffy Unicorns was moving scouts teams forwards as you're supposed to before you're doing a tank attack, I knew this was a huge overextension from Apple Cider's part. But like, and I don't blame him. Like it's really close, but it's also really close to the enemy spawn, and there's very few things that 11th actually like can buy. So they want to be buying Abramses. If you give them an excuse, if you give them force them into a fire supremacy competition right next to their base, they can punch back really well. And if everybody has been losing a lot of recon units here, but if Fluffy Unicorns loses the quick fix right now, there's only going to be the LRS further down south, and that could actually put the Abramses into a bad engagement.
Cluster Bomber going after the ZU, not getting the kill there. Yeah, a bit of wasted attacks here. Same time though, the lack of MiG-23 fighters here really coming into play now. A-10 moving around the ZU-23. SU-17 actually going for the kill against the Warthog. Warthog nearly shut down here, but not quite. SU-17 not quite able to get all the shots on target. No Tor in the middle, so the SU-17 is actually one that dies. F-16 does eat 2 missiles as well, though. Tors with 2 vet, just too accurate there. Getting the kill. Apple Cider did solidify the north, so no tick for either side. And TDBVK here is rotating around in the center, but the spotting advantage here with all the infantry for Fluffy Unicorn is a bit of a problem. Brute might be able to engage the Martyr. Not quite able to do so. TDBVK getting too close, showing rear armor against the Engineered Dragon right now. Is rotating around, is realizing what's happening. Okay, good micro there from Apple Cider.
That was anxious. Ooh.
It would not have even been a kill, luckily, because the Dragon 1 only was a Dragon 1, but yeah, it would have been obviously devastating damage anyways. And yeah, BMP3s here and TDBVs engaging against 2 M1A1s, getting good stress damage out on them. First one absolutely completely stressed out. The other one is still in good shape. Now being engaged by the ATGMs as well. Heavily reduced in its capabilities as well. The Martyr actually ran out of fuel right at the wrong spot there. Already out of Milan, so it's the sacrificial lamp allowing the M1A1s to disengage there. But every single kill like this, even a Martyr kill right now, can be impactful. BMP3 on the other side though gets shut down by the M1A1. M1A1 pushing for another kill here against the TDBVs. Cluster Bomber does miss completely. Tors, one of them does get shut down. No hits against the F-16s. Yeah, this is a absolutely clutch game. Oh, BMP3 miss micro there. Goes over the open water. We have a Kiowa moving around as well. And Seed gets the second Tor as well. Oh no. Air defense is now completely dismantled in the south. That makes any moves in the south now insanely tough for Apple Cider. This, with the Warthog not being shut down, with the seed plane still being around, and with his fighters being decimated the way they are, this is something that he just cannot afford. And 1A1 ACAF with a couple of martyrs now pushing in the middle, but there is a Sprout. Sprout not finding the first hit, and TDBVK does get stunned there. TDBV does smoke for it, should join the engagement here again against the M1A1 ACAF. Not sure why it stays behind the smoke. Leaves the Sprout out to die. Only now gets back into the fight. But that likely means the Sprout is dead, and the M1A1 ACAF likely can smoke off and disengage. Okay, it's at least disengaging there. TDBVK in the middle, heavily reduced in firepower as well. A1 CP moving around on the other side. Sprout not engaging against it, as the Modwatchvetka did spot it too late. TDBVK trying to assist the Sprout. Sprout does not get the stress out against the M1A1 ACAF that it needs. Oh, yeah, close engagement here. TDBVK fires first, does not get the hit. We have a cyanide here around as well, as two TDBVs rotate into the center now. No CV for the south. Still 250 points difference here. 12 minutes would be enough with this Charlie point, but holding on Charlie without infantry is not possible, so BMP2 AGs need to move around here as well, whilst the M1A1s on the other side do rotate into the center as well. Both sides not having all that much supply around, but there is a Chinook here for Fluffy Unicorn. No supply whatsoever for Apple Cider right now with the southern forces, as Fluffy Unicorn still tries to pressure in the north, is not going to get anything there, but is still trying to feel out if there's maybe a way. Cyanide helicopters likely going to get shut down by the Taurs. They get their rockets off though. They have 38 Hydras instead of the normal TOW Cobras, which makes them a good bit better against infantry like this. So that's a nice success. The Taurs have not been rotated. Only now start moving. Sprout getting caught out in the open. TDBV not in position to assist. And the Sprout not able to aim. Another important unit shut down like this. And the Taurs, oh no, they are in rocket range. They get stunned down. And they are in gun range as well. And M1A1 just shooting both of them down. Oh, I believe this is game. All the Taurs are dead. No AA around. All the tanks are still out there. All the planes are still out there. The two cyanide helicopters are still out there. Yeah, Fluffy Unicorn here with the slightly better micro, but Apple Cider is way closer to actually being able to beat him than what we saw from Flying Ryan earlier. So I'm still optimistic for a great game number 2, but this first game here is now really likely going to Fluffy Unicorn. The TDBVK desperately trying to get in, but it's down to 1 hit point, and any kind of plane here could just absolutely finish it off. TDBVK in the north goes down as well, so the M1A1 CP that is moving up there for the rear point likely just gonna get the full capture, with that gonna get an insane point lead.
Yeah, this is the T8, the desperate T80 counterattack in the middle has been going on for some time, and it has been basically Fluffy Unicorns just attritioning it from long range with the Kiowa warriors and like carefully chosen Abrams engagements, and it's been the winning strategy so far. Really, just 11th horse makes doing like winning tank fights easy, because so much of the stuff that you have to use playing them has recon already, and it being a very recon heavy division, so you know, having the M1A1s in the mix, they naturally support each other. And
yeah, and here the TDBVs just back off into all the infantry. So Panzer Grenadiers, LRS getting all the kills. TDBVK goes down, TDBV goes down, and the M1 CP is about to get into the northern zone. Is actually disengaging there for a second, but actually could just drive through, take the capture. It's instead maybe now rotated back into the middle to stop the tick. 9 minutes something remaining, and the TDBVs here just getting hunted now by the cyanides. With the TOW 2 launchers, engineered dragons here on the side are now empty, but there are just too many vehicles here likely still around. There is a good couple of BMP2s now around, but the TDBVs are key to make them work, and they are in shambles. The northern forces have a TDBV as well once more, as we see DCP engaging there, another CP being brought up for that center zone. And yeah, scouts should have figured out for Fluffy Unicorn that his CVP actually can move in there. It is now rotating in, but the Motostralkies are on the way to deal with it, to maybe change that outcome after all. BP2 AG goes down as well. For now, we have a +2 for Apple Cider, as 2 CPs are moving in to try to stop it from going any further. Maybe he could now rotate south, but he does not even have a CV on the battlefield right now. Like, if he rotated with the BMP2s towards the south and his 2 ADBVs, he maybe could get to Alpha again and bring that point around. With his Motostralky plus TADBV in the north, he should be able to stun down the M1A1 CP, but he does not bring any CVs around. He might be out of CVs completely, as we haven't seen any new one in a while, and having one on the battlefield right now would be important no matter what. Like, you do have to expect something like the northern move right now. His KDBV is trying to get into position here, but the Motostralky RPG is trying to get around, but we have a GG instead. And with that, Fluffy Unicorn gets game number 1 here. Decent KD advantage over Apple Cider, and with that, a well-deserved game number 1 victory here after all. But yeah, Apple Cider, way stronger fight here, and I believe they have a shot here in the second game, as that one will be Dutch on Dutch violence.
Yeah, like that back point, the two alpha, the 2-point zone on Fluffy Unicorn's side, like it was so tempting, and I understand Apple Cider, especially playing with a division that is so like comfortable in playing long ranges and contesting an enemy 2-point zone. It sounds really nice, but then your enemy is like playing 11th horse, and they're going to be stressing a lot of the game about what am I going to buy, what am I going to buy, because they need to have all of the stuff around their eventual M1A1 spam. But if you go next to their back point and you kind of extend your entire attack, there was a lot of time that should have been spent by Apple Cider basically preparing for that eventual tank attack. There were no Conqueror's M teams. There were no tanks put in the different positions to expect the enemy attack. Nah, but when the Abrams attack happened, the entire force was basically depleted at that point. And if you start trading so badly against a unit and group of units so powerful, Fluffy Unicorns have shown themselves to be like very capable of just abusing these advantages as far as it's required. Like they spot something like this and then just keep hammering the same nail. And yeah, Apple Cider, I think, would have done better trying to just kind of concentrate forces and capture the second 1-point zone. And that could have maybe, like the large urban area could have kind of actually worked as cover for a lot of the IFVs for enemy Abramses eventually. And that would have also forced the enemy to keep buying infantry, which is going to become very inefficient for 11th horse quickly.
Yeah, and we will see if he maybe can find a better opener with CLKA against the 4th Division. Really a matchup of pure skill with the 2 Dutch divisions against each other. Looking forward to it. Quick break, guys, and then we're going to be back with potentially the final game of the day, or maybe the turnaround for Apple Cider in this series. Break, and then we're going to figure it out how this all plays out. So here we go with the Dutch on Dutch violence. Apple cider playing around one that I like a bit more, CLK versus the 4th Division, the one that has been in the meta for a bit longer and in the game for a bit longer as well. But CLK with a couple of buffs has gotten up there as well, and the map is slightly favoring the better infantry one in my eyes, but we will see how it all plays out. But before we jump into that, just a last quick shout out to the Metrorino page where you can assist the crowdfunding of the tournaments. Ich bin's coming in here as the latest one to add 25 cents completely for free to the prize pool. All you have to do is go to the Metrorino page and click the claim code button to add 25 cents. That will be paid by Metrorino, and that will be paid out in real dollars to the best players of the tournament, including to Division 3. And if you go to $800, there will be another 24-hour WARNO stream by yours truly. So if you want to see that, get around. And if you want to see more people watching WARNO and getting in contact and playing WARNO, then leave a like down below so more people see the WARNO content on YouTube. And just in general, support it by comments and by being active in the chat and just being an active community member on the Discords and so on as well. And it goes a long way. And yeah, if you have any questions, always feel free to ask in the chat. Always feel free to ask on the Discord as well. There are a lot of nice community members helping out new players as well. And yeah, we try to answer every question that comes up in the chat as well. So if you see something and you're like, what the hell is going on? Or why did that work out and so on? Always feel free to ask. There will be someone to help you out with that. Getting better knowledge about the game. Like that's the key part why we do these Division 3 and 4 casts as well. Like the entertainment value is great. We have great games here, but we also have a lot of knowledge that can be gathered out of these games for newer players as well.
Yeah, this is something where I have always considered this to be very important, is to just be very information positive and curiosity positive. And I think especially the WARNO Twitch community is exceptionally so. And I certainly probably carry a little bit of responsibility by starting to do that really early on. And then, you know, but so far here, Protoss, if you look at the CLKA attack, it's basically an infantry all-in, right? You have the commandos, the veteran commandos, they're going to go out there and they're going to absolutely, totally secure Bravo. And then, because this is a Dutch civil war, they are going to cut up their enemies and cook them and eat them. And that is probably going to be the fate of the KCT Wehrkenners that are going to try to contest this or act as spotting for Fluffy Unicorns. Fluffy Unicorns doesn't have really a center of power outside of this very small mech group with one Leopard 2 that is going into Delta. And so there is going to be very, very little firepower to fight in the Bravo. And basically, Apple Cider is like armed to the teeth. Apple Cider is like painted face red at this point. They are ready. They have everything. They have smoke mortars, bunch of Panzerwerkers, they have Pratts, they have Itos, like they have a Bofors gun, mortars, Centurions. But Fluffy Unicorns is just not going to be participating in this fight at all. So this is going to be kind of a weird thing where Fluffy Unicorns is going to open this up with a mech attack that's going to get into Delta, but because of the all-in, they're both just going to dodge each other. And in that situation, if they actually just don't meet and both just gain the other sides, I think Fluffy Unicorns is in a better position. CLKA is not bad. CLKA is not in a bad position. They get more infantry and they get the M110s as well. They get Ihawks as well. They get good helicopters, air. But I think the heavier division in general, 4E, kind of edges out there because they just want to have a slower game overall.
Yeah, Apple Cider would need to use that advantage that he gains by taking control over the middle here, and use that for more control around the map. Minigun, BO-105 here, getting around, engaging against the KCT Wehrkenners, enabling the other recon units to just move a bit further forward as well, to get into the engagements. The Cheetah will cut the life of the BO-105 short soon, most likely. As Panzer Canners in the south, oh, they are going too deep. And the KC Canners are likely going to find them if Apple Cider is not reacting quickly. Oh, and he will be not able to do so because he gets routed immediately there. As his CV is moving south, and yeah, he now needs to realize that he's in trouble there. BO-105s of Fluffy Unicorn actually flying over both spawns there will get a lot of knowledge. Commandos disengaging a bit. As the Panzerwehrcanners get engaged by the M113s here in the middle. Centurions try to move around, but the Panzerwehrcanners should not just run into these Ehrlichen autocannons. They just evaporate you in such a short time. You really want to get out of line of sight there. Panzerwehrcanners just get murdered. M113 moving around. The minigun actually moved south. That's the right position to move. There is a cheetah here as well, but they might find the Panzerwehrcanners just before that cheetah gets around. Yes, they do. That's a great little kill there, stopping those Panzerwehrcanners from actually doing stuff. The M113 got spotted as well as they move south, so the CV can disengage. A minigun and a couple of Hawks can move in to deal with those M113s, whilst the commandos keep on pushing through the middle. And yeah, Fluffy Unicorn is just trying to avoid the combat there, as he is getting his own combat force towards the center. A Leo 2A4, a Leo 1NL, and 2 Panzer Infantry coming around to deal with the Centurions and all the Commando Infantry. It's gonna be an interesting little matchup there. The Centurions, they have decent enough penetration that they actually can deal a bit of damage there, but the Leo 2A4 obviously in a 1v1 situation will just grind through them. Tita here forced to disengage as well. Panzer Infantry trying to get into the position to support with the flank, as the Hawks and the minigun BO-105. Oh no, they get ambushed.
Yeah, the Hogs, the Hogs are really inefficient. They are the wrong choice. The Oerlikons can shoot them down quickly. Oh no.
They find the first one. Rockets get on target, but the M113 is disengaging further, yet not waiting for the BO-105 there. Bit of a mistake. Both sides here not getting the guns directly on target, but the miniguns do the work there in the end. The cheetah is around though, so the Hawks cannot go deeper. Disengaging now to deal with the BO-105 maybe in the rear there, as the first Centurion about to be engaged here by the Leo. Other Leo actually is the one to engage it, and the Centurion has smoke, could smoke up and disengage, but is just disengaging normally. Fluffy Unicorn does not have the recon to immediately hunt it down though, is still trying to do so. The Centurion should just smoke off and disengage afterwards. Is actually moving forward now. I'm not quite sure what the Centurion is trying to achieve here. Yeah, it just gets itself killed there in the end. Second Centurion getting engaged. Apple Cider, these things have smoke. That's exactly their specialty, that they are a cheap tank with smoke. Not using their smoke on either of them is an absolute devastation, as Aito gets overwhelmed in the north right now as well. Good dodge there, keeping it alive, getting out of the building, but now the two Leos here are a problem. Panzerwehrcanners with a Carl Gustav side shot maybe could devastate them, but it's not engaging in the right angle. It's not moving through the right line of sight, so the Leo 2A4 actually is able to get away there. Aito trying to get on target. Panzerwehrcanners should go for the rear shot there. Could find that now, as the Leo soon has to fall back here most likely. Bofors, the Dutch Bofors, fantastic against helicopters, pushing back the BO. F-16 get to hunt the Hawks in the rear here, as the iHawk does get a hit, but does not get a kill. Both BO-105s in the rear got killed by now, but the Hawks have not landed. F-16 here still trying to get a kill. The second one does get hit as well. iHawk now out of ammo. The Centurion is trying to force it. The Leo, I have no idea why the Centurions engaged the Leos without the Panzerwehrcanners doing so as well. Like, those Centurions just suiciding in there, massive mistake. And the Panzerwehrcanner not taking the kill here. What is Apple Cider doing? Why is he not taking the kill? He could have just easily taken the kill on the Leo 2 there with the Panzerwehrcanners. We'll find the cheetah now, but that's a way lower value target than the Leo 2A4. He still finds it with the F-16 cluster. So in the end, he still gets okay trades there, but he could have had it a lot easier.
Yeah, I think now infantry micro around Delta, now with Echo also taken and for the moment captured by Fluffy Unicorns, I think there's gonna be a lot of really good micro and positioning, but Fluffy Unicorns can probably hold this, even though there is no Leopard 2 out there right now, and also there's no AA, which kind of endangers all kinds of movement. But I'm not really sure if it's. I mean, Fluffy Unicorns, as long as they can just hug the PRI fire support blob, the Panzer Infantry can fight any infantry, and the Commando in the city are not in a good mood right now. They would all basically be crushed if there was an attack. And after reinforcements, Fluffy Unicorns probably is going to crush them. But I'm not really sure if the best idea here is to concentrate on infantry fighting, but I guess it's going to be Apple Cider's job to actually start killing those PRIs, start doing the Leopard micro behind the red controlled town, because otherwise that you're just going to lose against the other cannons.
Yeah, the miniguns and hawks now coming back towards the south as the cheetah did disengage there. It is not around to protect all these infantry units here right now. Leo 2A4 able to engage here for a second, but Panzer Infantry here is moving in. So the Leo 2A4 has to immediately disengage out of there. Second Panzer Infantry here on the side, but that one is not close enough to actually do anything, and the Hog will help out the Leo 2A4 to kill that off. So there should be a way back into the south for Apple Cider here. Whilst he is getting overrun in the center though. His commandos did take too many engagements where the enemy had fire support out and he didn't. And that now leaves his commandos out for dead. Bofors is trying to assist, but his commandos all on 1 to 3 hit points. He does not want to lose them. Those are his main way to victory. They have a massive advantage over the Panzer Infantry in direct fights, so keeping them alive, keeping them resupplied is an easy way of grinding through the enemy infantry and just making 4th Division kind of cry because they just cannot engage any towns anymore because they don't have any infantry left. But for that, you need to keep them alive first. Okay, one of them getting resupplied. Second one might escape with 1 hit point here, might just die last second. It is close. There is a good bit of firepower on them now. Oh, they get into the building. They should just jump out of there, though. Yeah, they need to get the hell out of there to actually break line of sight. Panzer Infantry is still engaging them. They do disengage further, but Panzer Infantry is following. And they are still not out of combat here. Both of them super low. Itos for days have been reinforced here, but the commandos are the ones that need to stay alive. The CV, the supply trucks too close to the front line here as well right now. Apple Cider with some weird micro mistakes. Like, there are a lot of good moves, and then there are a couple of weird ones that just cost him, like that CV supply truck just not being microed whilst he was microing the commandos next to them, like that Panzer Infantry not going for the kill against the Leo whilst he was actively microing it. Oh, we're not the supply truck, you're getting too close. Does stay alive for now. Commandos down to basically no hit points here as a Hawk helicopter comes around, and he's down to only 1 commando right now in the middle. That is just not good as the Leo 2A4s are moving forwards. Okay,
when the HE is coming for the commando.
It's going for the Ito. Commando there takes a lot of damage. The other commando does slowly get repaired. The Hog here is doing some decent damage against the Panzer Infantry. But the Leo 2A4s, yeah, the Ito's not in a position to really deal with that right now. His Panzer Infantry in the south not really in a position to deal with anything either. 2 Leo 2A4s just in a weird duel in the south there. Neither side can really move into each other. Neither side has recon right now there. As an F-16 cluster moves in for the center kill. That would be big. It will only find the YPRs though. It won't find the Leo 2A4B. So yeah, YPR kill is not bad, but if you lose the plane, it is. And that's what happens here. iHawk has not been resupplied. Supply truck only now moving towards it. Commandos about to be repaired here fully as the Hog is moving forward. No AA around here for Fluffy Unicorn, but he has the fighter. And the fighter still has 2 AM9Ls, so it likely will find the kill there. iHawk not reloaded. Hog goes down. Yeah, Hog overstepping as well, come there massively. Just should not have moved there. Genya easily can deal with the Panzerwehrcannons now. Cluster Bomber going after it is a weird choice, as we have a F-16 cluster dealing well with the F-16A that has no AA missiles anymore, and can come around now for the Leo 2s as well. So F-16A AA goes down, both sides taking losses, but Applesider has to find a way of actually getting into a position where his ITOs in the middle actively can take fights again. So yeah, 3 new commando squads being brought up, minigun helicopter flying forward as well. I'm a bit worried about his southern position where he has 2 Leo 2A4s without support, basically. Like 1 Panzerverkenners is all he has there, and that's literally a single man of Panzerverkenners. But he loses in the commando squad up in the northern part of the town, gets the Leo 2A4B, is winning this fight in the center, but the Leo 2A4s in the south need more than he has given them right now.
Yeah, the 3 commandos are now going to basically clean up the town here, and they're going to turn the rest of the guys, rest of the blues into kebabs. But what's going to happen after that? Like, the ITOs need to be running up to the front right now. There needs to be, I mean, not supply right now, but there just needs to be entrenchment into the middle, just capitulate. Every time you get a kill with the infantry, just immediately try to capitalize on it. And oh no, right now the Leopard 1 gets shot at by the Leopard 2A4B down south, but the Panzer Infantry laws are still nearby.
Oh, they fight the rear shots. They fight rear shots. The Leo 2A4 realizing it a bit too late. Does smoke off there. Still gets more law hits against it. The minigun desperately trying to help it out with some stuns. It is still turned away from the other Leo 2, but yeah, it gets the side shot there, finishing it off. Minigun is going to town here against the Panzer Infantry. Is dealing a bit of nice damage, but it's not going to finish the job here as an F-16A is coming in for the kill. Only 1 Eyehawk around. It is a 2-vet Eyehawk, but it's not good enough to do the job. Yeah, the center is being won here by Applesider again, but he now has 3 ITOs in a weird spot that are currently still not able to engage anything of value. That he tries to leapfrog forward. Massage the more commandos coming in for the south. F-16 goes after another BO. Eyehawk. Oh, wait, what? Is just bombing the wrong forest there with the F-16? That's a bit weird. Eyehawk is still alive, is being repaired. Could get some more damage out. Second Eyehawk being bought as well. Oh, we have a lot of air now from Fluffy Unicorn. Going after all the commandos and the ITOs. Eyehawk is not engaging as it is in the wrong spot of the forest. Only now able to get some shots out. Phantom is out as well. Could help out with the kills. Oh, Phantom gets shut down. Eyehawk, yeah, mispositioned here. Line of sight in that part of the forest is terrible. So it's not able to get good shots out. That's Commando in the south is just being used on its own against enemy with IPRs. So that's not a great line of sight either. Eyehawk gets another shot out, but Applesider has not realized that he is using the Eyehawk in the wrong spot. Leo 2A4 engaging a Leo 1NL, gets a hit there. ITOs repositioning against. Phantom not getting any hits there long range as well, gets hit by the enemy Eyehawk. Both sides don't have any artillery out yet to deal with those Eyehawks. Would get a one-shot kill against the F5s if it actually would have a good line of sight, but it has a terrible line of sight there. Like, this is really the worst you can position them with a forest in front of them and in the middle of a forest. Like, that just ruins their line of sight completely and makes them...
Doesn't one-shot Freedom Fighters. Freedom Fighters have 10 HP.
Right. But yeah, would still do great damage and nonetheless. Commandos get a YPR. Will win versus one of the Panzer Infantry. Unlikely would win against the second one as well, but planes are coming in and yeah, you just have to be more resourceful with those commandos. Those commandos are a win condition for you, so using them on piecemeal on their own and letting them get picked off like this is a terrible way of playing with them. YPRs in the center now engaging commandos as well. There they disengage nicely as the Leo 2A4 is trying to find a way around the north as well. +1 still going on for Applesider. That's the good news here right now. But yeah, his AA setup being so terrible that he didn't get a single plane kill whilst losing his F4s is terrible news. And his Leo 2s are currently not in good spots. The one in the north at least might be able to achieve something here, but is actually in danger. Leo 1NL is pushing on top of it. Panzervecanner. It's not quite close enough to get a shot off, but if you push your Leo into it, you actually might get shot here by the... Okay, Panzervecanner AT is running away, so you can get a free kill there. As there is no Leo right now in the middle for Fluffy Unicorn either. So there is a bit of way to victory here for our player in red. The south not being contested by Fluffy Unicorn is an issue for Fluffy Unicorn. He has a CV there, never moved it in. But yeah, that's what allows Apple Cider currently to catch up. Whilst Apple Cider has to keep better control over the commandos, has to keep better control over the iHawks. Okay, iHawks repositioned a bit. The third one is coming around as well, so the next airplane run should not go as well. And yeah, we might see the escalation now to the heavy artillery relatively soon.
Yeah, this is Fluffy Unicorns is here is building up like this standard combination of mech with the cheetahs and the iHawks and just sitting back there and waiting for this to escalate. And I think there's going to be a critical mass of fire support the Fluffy Unicorns can do to stop this tick right here. But then the question is going to be like, is it sensible to start moving your forces from the middle after you've contested it to like secure Delta, or are you just going to fully commit into capturing Bravo?
Yeah, at the same time, Apple Cider, yeah, still in a decent position at Bravo, is now moving a lot of forces towards Delta, where the CV is about to move in, but yeah, Fluffy Unicorn not with a lot of reinforcements there lately, has a bait F-16A in the rear, as the iHawks did reposition themselves a bit, so they likely not gonna get got in anytime soon. Panzer Infantry is being pushed back. Leo 2A4C is moving forward, but there are 3 tanks on the other side now. So Apple Cider kind of wants that Leo 2A4C to move forward. The Leo 1Vs on these distances, together with the 1 Leo 2A4B, would be more than capable of engaging it, and they will spot it here now. Panzer the F5 rocket being wasted as well. Leo 2A4 and Leo 1NL 1Vs get to engage first here, but it's pretty close on stress. The Leo 2A4B should disengage, yeah, or stay behind the Leo 1Vs at least, as the M113 is trying to assist as well. There is now infantry in that force as well, so Apple Cider actually cannot overrun this position. He will get pushed back by the Carl Gustavs, as he's running into the first Carl Gustav now. First Carl Gustav is getting a stun, but not a kill just yet. M113 and Leo 1V might actually just be good enough to push through. Leo 2A4C forced to fall back.
Oh,
Panzervecanner moving up. Oh, Leo 2A4B in the north. Yeah, okay, or in the center. Forced to fall back as well. Does survive with the smoke. Good reaction there by Apple Cider, as YPRs try to move around into positions where they can attack the commandos. Commando need to disengage, get the assistance of the iHawks, get the assistance of maybe another Leo 1V or so, as Cheetah will find the Panzervecanners. The more 13s and the Leo 1Vs can potentially go for this. Supply truck is necessary here. The Panzer Infantry Dragons is necessary as well. Cheetah likely gonna get found here. We have an F-16 cluster. We have iHawks moving around. The F-16 does not get its drops. iHawks do not get their hit either. So, okay, yeah, final one does get a hit. Oh, second F-16 moves around. Can it be stopped? No, it cannot be stopped off dropping its clusters, so it gets a good little hit here, as the iHawks not able to get the kill. Genius moving on to iHawks in the middle. iTOs on the middle. Not a good movement of forces there by Apple Cider, as he lost the commandos there, and now is about to lose the ITO, but reinforcing Vercanners. Oh no, he didn't lose the commandos, he did move them back, but did not assist any further. The second commando here in trouble as well. Needs to get into a better position, as the Machassé with the Uzis at the 12-man hit points could be the ones engaging. whilst YPRs and Leo 2s give good fire support for Fluffy Unicorn. And yeah, interesting engagements here in the south. The Leo 2A4C got repaired. Leo 2A4B moves in here now for Fluffy Unicorn as well. And there is little here to help out against that. The Panzer Infantry with Dragon 1s won't be able to deal with it, but an F-16 cluster would. And the F-16 cluster is getting a full drop, is getting a triple kill here. Leo 2A4C, Cheetah, and the CV down. So yeah, this is what you need here right now as Apple Cider to turn this game around and keep the tick going and get far enough ahead. Now there is no chance of Delta being stopped. There is currently no CV close to the middle, so it will be Apple Cider who will get ahead in points, and with that, will get into a good position here again. Commandos in the middle got repaired decently. They will be good enough now to deal and push back the Panzerwehrkanners and Genius that push them now, together with the Marchese. A lot of UCs there, plus the Commandos. That's a lot of firepower. The scope rifle's not engaging. Leo 2A4B is though, so the Panzer Infantry just gets completely stunned down. Second Engineers unit here gets completely annihilated as well. Important infantry kills here in the middle, but the Leo 2A4 in interesting line of sights there as well. Both sides there close, but in the end, better trades here for Apple Cider lately. He is pushing back the enemy in the south as well. Needs to repair his own Leo 2A4B, and then he maybe could even put up some pressure towards India. 2 more planes flying circles for Fluffy Unicorns, and what Apple Cider currently has to be careful of is not getting overwhelmed in the quick push in the middle, but Fluffy Unicorn does not have that much there just yet, is bringing in reinforcements with 3 Panzer Infantry and the YPRs escorting them. That could change that for sure, but there are good reinforcements coming in on the other side as well, including a YPR Pratt with the TOW 2 launcher. And yeah, first M110 now out for Fluffy Unicorn, pretty late in the game, especially considering the matchup, but that might still be a game changer here nonetheless. Good this micro on the Leo 2A4s on both sides so far. Yeah, what does Fluffy Unicorn need to do here now to change this?
I mean, just trade really well and get enough for like firepower that you can contest 2 zones, and then the enemy will probably quit. And there is really no other way through it. Currently, the ITOs are slightly badly supplied. Some of them are, but there's just so much stuff here, and fighting through this, it is possible. You get the artillery shots right there, you engage, you put leaders for your own infantry so they just never lose cohesion.
Oh, Ito finds one of the Panzer Infantry immediately and
This is
transport.
exactly what you can't do. You just can't lose it all. It's a hard target. You could, like, there are other places to be on this map as well. And there is a lot of time left in the game, and you have a lot of mobile units. So maybe go for Alpha. But I don't know. There's a lot of facilitators of violence, the 12-man police squads in the town, and there's just no way to get through those guys except just spending a lot of time hanging around here under a -1.
Yeah, and the the S16 gets shut down, F5 gets shut down as well, so the air capabilities of Fluffy Unicorn heavily depleted as well. He still has his F16 cluster, and some of the iHawks are empty. All of the iHawks are empty, actually, and there's 2 Leo 2A4s. Oh, he doesn't get the kill. Okay, he does get them heavily damaged. If he can chase them down right now, he maybe has the capabilities of doing that. That could still pay off. If he doesn't, this is a terrible situation right now. If those Leo 2A4s are able to repair with the reinforcement of Leo 1s, with the reinforcements of a lot of infantry here in general, then Apple Cider should be in a good spot. Good micro there by Apple Cider, getting out of and has 2 supply trucks immediately on top of them to get them back up. Has to be careful a bit. He doesn't have that much infantry AT left in his deck, as he plays with the Marchese and the Beveling Mobile, both of which don't have any AT. So he has to be careful to keep capabilities of anti-tank around. For example, form of the commandos. Yes, they only have laws, but a law is infinitely better than no AT when the enemy tries to push you with IPRs and Leos. So keeping those around, keeping a couple of Panzer Recanners around maybe, would be pretty important. Panzer Infantry Dragon is all in the south right now, none of them in the center. And 110 trying to counter battery, but will fail to do so. First Leo 1, 2 Leo 1Vs already down. The Leo 2A4s, they are still pretty stressed out, trying to engage now in the counter move. Will find one good hit, won't find the second shot there, and will get stressed out with the counter attack. Cluster F16 does fail to get the kill on the other side this time around as well. Oh, it's close, and yeah, the lack of AT weapons on the infantry here right now, massive issue. Leo 1V trying to get around to find the kill. CV did die here on the side of Apple Cider, did get pushed out on the side of Fluffy Unicorn. So right now the tick has stopped, but the lack of good AT here for Apple Cider might become a real issue.
Yeah, oh no, the leopard 1V is in a bad position, could get a... Now it's in a bad position itself, having to show sidearm with the leopard 2.
Shows rear armor to it even, and just gets shut down there. The Leo 2A4B on the other side, they get once more repaired here, Apple Cider. Getting around to repair them, gets another ITO around as well. But the ITO positions here, not really the best. Line of sight for them, not great. And the commandos are the last infantry with AT in the center, and they're down to 2 hit points. And they're likely gonna die here now, as the YPRs and Leo 2A4s from all sides able to engage them. Leo 2A4B in the oh no, showing side armor, gets side-shotted by the Leo 2A4 Fluffy Unicorn. Massive mismicro, not an attack order there from Apple Cider, just a normal move order into a really weird spot in the first place. Yeah, it's weird. Like, Apple Cider is microing really normal, really standard for 90% of the moves, or 95% of the moves, and then sometimes he just does moves like that make no sense whatsoever and just loses the unit like this, and this is pretty scary for him right now. He is still in the lead here points-wise. He is bringing 2 CVs into the middle right now. Another CV on the way. He has more Centurions for the north right now to stabilize that, though I feel like they would be really helpful in the center right now. Leaving 3 tanks that don't assist you against the YPRs right now. That's, when you don't have any infantry AT, that is pretty suicidal in my eyes.
Yeah, this is... Apple Cider is kind of holding on to this just via sheer will. There are not a lot of attempts here to put the Prats into active locations.
He is still having infantry with AT. He only now bought some infantry. Okay, then it was a massive mistake by him to just keep on buying the same infantry. Like
commando leaders, but
like he was
oh wait, infantry. What? Oh no! Oh man,
yeah,
dude, Apple Cider, that's bad.
Yeah, he was
no.
bulge buying, like he was wholesale buying, but you don't get a discount for wholesale buying in WARNO, so you should not do it. You should set up a good cuisine of different infantry that you get out. Like, just like with food, you should have a diverse diet of infantry. And yeah, the infantry here, they have a Carl Gustav. They are fantastic at dealing with Leo 2A4s, at dealing with YPRs. So not having 1 or 2 of these mixed in, only bringing them around now, that's a massive mistake. Like, they could have made these infantry fights or infantry tank mixed fights so much easier, instead of the Beveling Mobile that just don't do anything. Yes, they are cheaper, but not by that much. Yes, they have a bit more infantry stopping power, but not by that much. So yeah, having half-half, that would have been the way to go. Instead, you're currently just getting overwhelmed here as Apple Cider, and this might be it right now. Like, he just does not have the stopping power. Does not have the planes.
The long-haired hippies of Natres pushing through the military police fortifications. This is a very symbolic moment for our civil war here.
Yeah, order is collapsing here in the middle. The Chaussee, the military police, is getting overrun by the...
They're going to be eating pork.
Commandos, CMGs pushed into the last corner, and Yeah, they don't have any assistance anymore. There is a lot of infantry coming around, but yeah, the 3 Centurions not being there, the Leo 1V from the north not being there earlier, they could have really swung around these fights as well. Apple Cider thinking 3 steps ahead when Fluffy Unicorn played wild games the last couple of games, like played all over the map, but now here he just doubled down in the middle, put all eggs in his basket, was like, I'm the heavier division, I'm just gonna try to play heavy, and playing heavy is working out right now. YPR threat is a key unit here. Infantry with the Carl Gustavs can be nice as well, but they are not in the right position here right now. The Leo 4B is still alive, 4 Fluffy Unicorns, none out there for Apple Cider. Brings more Centurions, brings a lot more infantry. Yeah, but
The infantry finally arriving here, and there's 7 minutes left of the game. All of those units lost to autocannon fire, and these things have 750-meter range. They one-shot the enemy IFVs, and they were not brought into the front line.
yeah, it's such a weird choice to not have them there. The YP-48 with their 50 cal could have been pretty helpful against the enemy infantry from a bit further back as well. So yeah, it's a weird choice to not get them earlier. We have the mass Leo 1V Centurion push now, trying to get it in here just in time as the last 3 commander units desperately try to move through the forest, but they are about to go down, and then he might not even have a CV left here as the tick is about to start for the blue team. Commandos with their loss, they maybe could even find some kill here against Leo 2, but Leo 2A4 pushed back out. Yeah, ATGMs hitting well against the Leo 2A4Bs. Might even get a kill there with the TOE2s. Yes, can find another kill there, but the commando dies in the north. No CV left here for our player in red, and with that Apple Cider is just going to get pushed out here, and 5 minutes 40 seconds, that's still more than enough of a tick here. There are 2 more infantry leaders coming in. Yeah, the lack of the infantry leaders on the front line, the infantry smoke of the infantry leaders could have been even really helpful as well. Like, this is such a weird choice with the choices of units bought here by Apple Cider. The lack of Carl Gustavs here, really devastating.
Yeah, it's I really like how Fluffy Unicorns is kind of the WARNO Wikipedia player, or how would you say, like straight up just by the book, like, okay, let's look at the situation. I have the heavier division. This infantry division has went completely all in on my middle. I am the heavier division. I have 30 minutes left, and then it's like, okay, let's do this. No frills, no attempts to kind of expand it. I kind of called it when they were trading bad, way worse. That Fluffy Unicorn's way to finish this is just to start trading better, and then that is going to cascade. And even if you don't really gain the points back, enemy is going to capitulate most likely in the game. And really well played artillery, airplay.
There is top. Still a bit of an attempt of just corners stepping in here with just infantry smoke. It's 4 minutes time. You need 2 minutes of that at least off the clock here as Apple Cider. So smoke mortars need to do their best. They are firing, but they're starting to get overwhelmed here. Smoke mortars also smoking the wrong corner right now. They're not helping out the infantry leaders.
A pack of cheetahs.
The smoke is not on the leaders. The smoke is not on the corners. It's just really in the middle of nowhere. What are you doing, Apple Cider? Ark! Ark! You have 2 smoke mortars. You have the leaders in there. The enemy is actually relatively low on infantry, but the infantry leaders don't get the support. This actually could have worked out. This, with a couple of infantry and enough smoke on that corner, it actually could have worked out, but his mortars stopped smoking. And yeah, first time in history that smoke could have saved lives. Instead, the infantry here now is trying to run through the bit of smoke that now popped up, but Nantres and Panzer Infantry and Cheetahs are all chasing it down. Layer 2A4B has found it as well. The smoke is dissipating. Genius will stun them down with TNT here in a second. There's no support left for it. And there is still enough time. It will take more than 2 minutes here for the points, but there is still 2 minutes and 48 seconds, and that should be enough for the 90 points remaining for this. It's 2 minutes and 10 seconds or so that it needs for Fluffy Unicorn to win, and he has 2 minutes and 39 seconds. So, yeah, so many small mistakes here that will cost Apple Cider this game, but he has no CB now anymore to do anything about it, and Fluffy Unicorn even might be able to move a CB just straight into the rear zone now to get the take there and get a +3 tick up for a while. Yeah, Layer 2A4 is still disengaging away from the ATGM. Okay, is eating the ATGM. As other units are trying to move around as well. No CV in the south. But yeah, it's still 2 minutes 5 seconds. The Centurions here that were coming in from the north desperately try to hold the line. The Layer 2A4 is coming around the corner, engaging as well, taking out more Centurions. Layer 1 and L trying to move around here as well, is failing to do so, as the Layer 2 CMGs are moving towards the rear zones here. But yeah, as I said, even the 1 minute 40 would be enough. Even if he does not get anywhere right now, it would still just barely be enough. So Apple Cider really can bite himself here that he gave this game away, because there was no reason to. He really did play the south perfectly. He did take some good engagements in the mid of the game, but then he just didn't realize that it was all about the center and that he needed a slightly better combined arms there, of better infantry, of slightly better fire support against the enemy infantry, instead of just pure infantry. And with that, he will lose the game. 1 minute and 3 seconds, and yeah, the last couple of points here ticking away right now that Fluffy Unicorn needs to win the game, as he won't even get into another point here, most likely. Well, he might just barely get into the north. The Bofors can't kill him there, but it won't matter. He is 10 points away, and he still has 40 seconds. He will get 20 more points here. Layer 2A4 is desperately trying to move up there with a cheetah in front of it. 30 seconds going, but he is now on the same point. 30 seconds remaining. He is now ahead of his enemy. What a game. What a game, and what a series here. I'm really looking forward to the grand finals, as Mike and Fluffy Unicorn look to be really on their highest form yet. And oh boy, Apple Cider must be pissed after this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is often these games are played late. People have jobs, they have responsibilities. It may not be the greatest time for them, time zone wise, and yeah, sometimes it's not uncommon that at the end point of games you just start making mistakes and then they cascade, and then when you realize that they've cascaded, you kind of just start automatically giving up, and it can be a morale hit, I think. But yeah, in this case, I think like Apple Cider played these very, very respectfully. We've seen like Unicorn here be like kind of a juggernaut today, like absolutely, like you said, somebody who has completely grinded themselves up into rank 27 on the ladder. So absolutely way better than what I have ever achieved. And the fact that they are being challenged in Division 3 still is like a very, very great showing of our players' quality. But Apple Cider kind of didn't play as perfectly. They made more mistakes in there, and especially in that latest game, I think it just kind of, it's so easy to be defending and have like a lot of stuff somewhere out there, and then just like mentally figure that like, yes, now finally I've done this, now I can just defend until the end. And then then you just, the enemy scales really well in the late game, so they can just kind of grasp it from you, abusing the fact that you just left certain openings in your defenses.
Yeah, GGB here by both players. But Fluffy Unicorn seems to be really strong, but so does Mike. And it will be a best of 5 there. So a lot of action coming our way there. At least 3 games in the grand finals. That should be pretty exciting. We will cover more WARNO League over the upcoming days, more playoff games, likely on Friday and then most likely on Sunday as well. So should be good stuff there. Thanks for watching, everybody, here for tonight. Thank you for joining us here late at night, Chloride, as well. And on
Pleasure is mine.
Yeah. With that said, guys, we're gonna put it to the end here for today, and hope to see you all in the next one. Leave a like once more if you're on YouTube, so that all of
Hi,
us.
Obi-Wan.
And yeah, hello Obi-Wan there.
Hello.
And yeah, good night to everybody.